Wow. I never saw that before. That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower?
Where are the spirals?
You see this math everywhere.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. What's going on, dude?
Hey, man.
So you and I were I'm glad you joined me today. We couldn't do our Greek today. We were both busy. Busy day. And we'll do Greek next week. So we'll finish Unit 4.
Well, finish Unit 4 and maybe plow into some of Unit 5, too.
Yeah. Just, I mean, like, we're guaranteed to finish Unit 4 is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we did a video. You and I were co-hosting, I guess you could say, with Professor Vivian Nutton, which is like one of the prolific ancient medicine authors ever. And it was interesting to see the replies. Like, people just, most people understood what was going on.
Yeah.
You can tell, but it was interesting to see some of the Ammonites in the chat in such delusional denial about what just happened, or just not knowing what just happened, just having no clue what was being said, why it was a big deal, why some of them even going as far as finding cherry-picked quotes from Scarborough.
Yeah,
and because this is an academic arena, when you write dissertations, when you do papers, when you write an academic book, there's going to be responses, and they're like Schmidt, T.C. Schmidt recently wrote that book about Jesus and Josephus, and he got there was a whole bunch of huge response from it, positive, negative, in the middle. This is how academia is. Yeah. So he looks and finds all the things that Scarborough was disagreeing with. It puts him in one little spot, or dishonestly clips out that one part. We're going to show the whole thing, anyways. Yeah. But we're just showing you it is the most unbelievable cope I've ever seen in my entire life. I almost feel like we should pull up the comments first, maybe, and go through them.
Yeah, I mean, we have Ryan Sledge in the chat. You should send Ryan the link if he wants to jump on to discuss
I would love to see this guy, man. Yeah. Ryan, you want to come on, Ryan?
So just for context, we obviously established that Dr.
He still doesn't get it. He doesn't. Yeah. It went right over his head. This happened the last time this guy was in my chat, when I was showing, I'm literally showing a court case document with testimony, and he's going, "It didn't go to trial. It didn't go to trial. It doesn't count." And then he cites the article, the fire article, which was literally talked about in the court document, saying there was an article called "From Fire" from this I forgot the girl's name who wrote the article, and by the way, she was wrong about the details because Ammon lied to her.
Yeah. Well,
we're going to get to that too.
It's probably worth pointing out, we did establish that, John Scarborough and Vivian Nutton were colleagues and friends. They co-authored works together. I was told, somebody in the Ammonite community mentioned to me, like, hey, the Ammonites are all saying that you guys are like bashing John Scarborough. Like, I don't know where they got that from. But,
What?
but
Okay, we got to show this though.
oh yeah, you want to show the
This
Ryan
guy is
Sledges?
so lost, dude. He's got to be like, I want to hear him talk. I want to like, this guy's got to be like.
He says you've talked before. I don't know. Maybe you had him on one of the shows before, but
please come back on here.
yeah. So show read this comment, and then we'll see where he got it.
Watch how bad this is going to look for this guy. Here's what John Scarborough had to say. So, by the way, just so for anyone who hasn't seen the video, he talks about in this video at some point how him and Scarborough were colleagues. How they look at right here, you can see how they co-authored stuff together. They're in publications together. Look, by John Scarborough and Vivian Nutt in 1982. Right? Okay, so what is his response to this? His response is to the worst cope ever, to look for something to disagree, to look for like some quote, probably use ChatGPT to find this. Here's what John Scarborough had to say on ancient medicine. So he finds this quote: Nutton's medical science is minimal, a shortcoming apparent in several chapters, exemplified by the summary of Scribonius Largus. The short section repeats much of an earlier publication, suffers from the same faults, a total absence of specificity about drugs, what they do, and especially why Hellenistic and Roman pharmacology might value them enough to be recorded. Nutton displays his sure command of the interpersonal, historical, and sociological context, but he disdains describe the antidotes against the poisons, bites, stings, plasters, dressings, soothing salves, the typical drugs used by surgeons, page 172. Now, this is so out of context, you can just tell. Because just reading this, you're like, what is he actually referring to? As like, what does he mean by shortcoming in several chapters? What chapters are you talking about? You wouldn't know unless you read the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's just trying to be, I don't know. He's just trying to make it sound like
trying to defend Ammon.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like, and so, but if you look at the Bryn Mawr classical review,
this person has no idea what just happened. Vivian Nutt claims that smeared rub doesn't use anointed. You people are so weird.
Yeah.
You not understand that that's what the verb is doing?
Yeah.
It's rubbing on,
smearing, rubbing.
It can be anointed too. Yeah. Like,
well, yeah, I don't know. They nitpick this.
I gotta calm
down.
now.
so let's look at the Bryn Mawr classical review, because
let's look at the actual review now.
Yeah, because look, to be fair to Ryan Sledge, he did find, John Scarborough didn't pull punches in this review, right? This is a critical review.
This is how academia is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to say, Ammon, I think you're wrong about the Septuagint being the original, and he's supposed to go, I think you're wrong, and we're supposed to be able to talk about this stuff and not be throwing AI shit videos of you and called the brothel. This is what normal academics do. They disagree with each other on shit.
I am glad that Ryan pointed it out, because I hadn't seen this review. So now I've gotten a chance to read through it. Here are the highlights, right? Like, I wish to express my admiration for this near masterpiece of compression, ancient medicine. And he says each of which will receive challenges from specialists. So, like, again, he's anticipating this. Like,
he's claiming that they talked about the purple.
No, he's saying he was on a stream at some point where we talked about the purple, which is not a thing, by the way, the purple, but that's Ammon's thing.
Ryan, will you come on here? I see you're in the chat. Will you come on here?
Yeah, please. And maybe I'll remember. I'm sorry for maybe
you wrote a bad review. Oh, really?
So yeah, you picked out the parts.
Anyone who doesn't know what's going on and they see your comment, they're gonna go, "Oh my God,
John Scarborough really."
No, not even about that. It's about me and you looking like liars.
Yeah,
because we're promoting this guy as a Scarborough colleague, and then it makes Scarborough looks Nutton look like a liar too.
Yeah. So,
dude, just stop with this bullshit.
So Scarborough affirms that we heatedly dispute.
I'm just gonna ask you one more time. You're gonna come on or no? Yes or no? I'm looking at the chat. Yes or no? Are you gonna come on or no? Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess you got to drop him the link, but. We heatedly dispute text and interpretation. So this is very important, right? Like, since we have a rare collegiality, even when we heatedly dispute texts and interpretations, and what medicine was 2 millennia before Pasteur.
Wait, we read that one more time?
In many respects, ancient medicine represents the subspeciality very well, since we, as in like our circle of colleagues,
Yeah.
and this is a tight-knit group of top scholars in
Yes.
ancient medicine, we have a rare collegiality even when we heatedly dispute texts and interpretations and what medicine was 2 millennia before Pasteur. They disagree, right, on things. Ancient medicine attempts to incorporate all these particulars of medicine among Greeks and Romans and does so with greater and lesser success, depending on.
I have faith in the purple. It's
Yeah.
real. Where is
Yeah.
I gotta get him on here.
So depending on the subtopic. So he goes on and he just basically, it's this mixed bag of like, positive and negative reviews of the first edition of this book, right? That we reviewed the second edition of the book. That's very important. He says Nutton is well aware of these particulars, and with topics that match his well-known abilities in classical philology, his narrative drips with controlled expertise and ease of choosing just the right example from hundreds that speaks of the many years spent with Greek and Latin texts on medicine and related subjects. Why not cherry pick that sentence and drop that in the comments? Look at what
this guy thinks. Galen had many names for the purple. Give us one page right now. Give us one citation. This guy's gone. This guy's brain is gone, dude.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had many. He probably described different parts of the purple, right? Like he would describe the shell. He would describe the.
No, that's dye.
Yeah, and then there's onyx, which is like which means a nail basically, or a claw. There are different ways to describe Murex purple mollusks. But the purple, when we're talking about the purple, that's usually in Ammonite lingo, the burning purple that is derived from the virgin, that is rubbed on, that is extracted from the genitals of prepubescent children, right? Like that's really what Ammon means when he's talking about the purple. Whereas the totality of Greek literature, yes, it mentions porphyra many, 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 many times in the context of dyes and in medical contexts that have nothing to do with anything that Ammon describes as the burning purple that he supposedly got from Karl Ruck that doesn't actually originate from Karl Ruck. That's what I'll say about that. So among the portraits penned by Nutton, Galen of Pergamon is the sharpest and most believable on all levels of textual and historical evidence, and students of medicine or Roman history...
I got to stop you for a second. This is not the same, dude. If I told you I live in a purple house, right? I live in a purple house, and then someone comes to my house and they see that it's a orange shack. Do you say that I'm still telling the truth because I live in a structure? That's what you're doing, Ryan. Ammon is saying the purple is a drug that's mixed with the extraction of little boy semen. He's not pointing to these texts that you're pointing to. You're doing that in your own head to try to defend this shit for some reason, for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Something's seriously wrong with you, dude. The theory, look at the theory hack. It's all purple. Everything. Any drug is purple now. Any flower, any root cutter, anytime it mentions Pharmacon, anytime it mentions Theriac, anytime it mentions anything, it's purple, 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 purple. They just call it purple because they're all presupposing it in their brains because they're brainwashed.
Well, and the thing is that if you actually read Toxicology and Antiquity, you see exactly what he means by the purple. And the reason I say the purple doesn't exist is because this Arthurist construction of the purple. Yeah, I have it. I can pull up Ammon all day long.
Well, I just want to while he's in the chat on this, lying to people in the chat, let's show him what Ammon says the purple is.
Okay. Well, okay. So let's wrap this up just so we finish out this Scarborough thing. So basically, anybody can go to the Bryn Mawr Classical Review. This is a free PDF online, and you can read it for yourself. The point is that this was a critique of the first edition, which in the acknowledgments of the second edition, let me read this. In making this revision, I have incurred further debts to my friends and colleagues mentioned above, and also to, lists a bunch of names, Lawrence Todelin, who we're going to be interviewing in September, by the way, and the reviewers of the first edition, particularly John Scarborough and Daniel Gurevich. So John Scarborough provided a constructive criticism of the first edition, and which was fairly critical, especially about his lack of specificity when reviewing a very specific source. And Ryan Sledge cherry picked that to basically insinuate that this was just that John Scarborough wrote this entirely scathing negative review of the second edition, presumably.
Where is that section that Ryan was quoting from?
I already closed it. It's at the end. I could show it to you again if you really want to see it. I thought you wanted to move on.
Well, I kind of do, but someone in the chat thought.
Okay, fine. So here.
Someone suggested it might have been. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So.
Okay, he's gonna join. Good. All right, I'll leave you alone.
So a talented philologist. Go ahead and pull this up so we can see that the last page is really critical. For the uninitiative, the footnote reference to primary sources are often misleading. So he has critiques of some of the footnotes. A talented philologist trained in the finest analytical techniques applicable to Greek and Latin easily misses the particulars in that infest pharmacology. Nutton's medical science is minimal. Apparently, in several
Sorry. Go ahead. It's got the tur in it now. Now we have tur in it.
Yeah. So apparently,
is Maddie's all messed up on it? Is that why?
Apparent in several chapters, exemplified by his summary of Scribonius Largus, right? And he's pointing. This is the quote. This short section repeats much of the earlier publication and suffers from the same faults: a total absence of specificity about drugs, what they do, and especially why Hellenistic and Roman pharmacology might value them enough to be recorded. Nutton displays his sure command of the interpersonal, historical, and sociological context.
I read that part. Yeah.
Yeah, but he disdains to describe the antidotes against poisons, bites, and stings and plasters. Christing, dressings, and soothing salves, the typical drugs used by surgeons. So again, I just read the acknowledgement. Nutton said, "Thank you, John, for your constructive criticism," and went and published the second edition and addressed his critiques. This is how normal scholarship works. This is how academia is supposed to work. This isn't like, oh God, they interviewed a guy who was a total fraud and a charlatan, right? Is that the conclusion that we're supposed to take away from?
That's what he's trying to imply, and I can't wait to get this guy on here to see what his sources say, and then we'll compare him to what the actual Burning Purple says. I don't know.
Yeah. So, do you want to? So, what do you want to do? Is he coming on right now, or should I continue through?
A couple minutes. If you can continue with what you're doing, we'll wait till he gets here.
Okay. All right. So let's just review where all of this started, and I'm going to have to admit, when I first heard this, I thought this was all true because I wasn't familiar with Ammon and I didn't think he had any reason to lie. But let's just see where we started with this whole thing about Galen.
Also, just to give some more context to people who are listening, who was Galen? Can you explain who Galen was?
Yeah, Galen is a 2nd century physician he works for Marcus Aurelius, the emperor, and he's probably one of the greatest intellects of Western civilization. Definitely. He wrote thousands and thousands and thousands of pages.
All true.
And probably 10% of it has been translated, if that. It's different. Wow. And nobody goes near the pharmaceutical stuff.
Okay, so I would give him the benefit of the doubt and say, as Vivian Nutton expressed, the pharmaceutical stuff is being translated right now. So when this interview was conducted, it wasn't. But people can still read it in Greek, right? There's still scholarship on Galen that's been going on for decades.
It's not published. No one read it.
They just haven't put it into English for all of the lay people who can't read it. I can read it. The Galen scholars can read it, but yeah, lay people need it into English, and now it's being translated into English.
Now, in 2013, I saw for the first time a dissertation was written in which the person translated Galen's Theriac.
Okay, who supervised that dissertation? Look that up. It's John Wilkins. And who is the editor on the publication? Vivian Nutton, right? He's talking about Robert Lay's translation of Theriac, in which he concluded that Galen probably didn't write it. What?
Nutton's the editor of that book?
Nutton's the editor of the published book. And John Wilkins, whom we're interviewing next weekend, by the way, is the PhD supervisor to Robert Lay's dissertation.
I want people to realize this. Ammon is a little insignificant he's not even a cog that's even moving in the big system of medical classics. Like you have like Scarborough, you have Ruck, you have Nutton, you have Wilkins. Ammon is all the way at the bottom, and he's not even an active cog anymore. He's like a replaced part that's been dished away.
And all of these scholars have chapters.
Yeah, go ahead.
These scholars have chapters in a volume called Bodily Fluids in Antiquity, that's edited by Lawrence Todelin, a female scholar on Galen, who is a real titan in this field, who also gets a ton of acknowledgement from Nutton. We're getting her on in September, and this isn't all just like, oh, you know, this isn't just us bashing Ammon.
I want to know this stuff. I want to learn this.
Yeah,
I legitimately am interested in this subject.
And
That's
so
why you saw my introduction of my video was, oh, he's like, yeah, there is this idea of a pure boy being like, I was like, I wanted people to see up front, boom, we're going to talk about this stuff. We're not hiding it. If it's real, you're going to see it on my channel.
Yeah.
If it's not, I'm going to criticize it.
And if you look up, people can look up Lawrence Todelin in advance and go look at her bio. Like the second or third sentence of her bio explicitly says that her specialty is bodily fluids in antiquity, right? So if we're going to find anything about these claims about prepubescent boys that have drugs extracted from them, she's going to be the one to tell us about it.
And what's the most shocking about talking to Nutton was how he was like very clear that Galen is not talking about cults.
Yeah.
He's not a source for cults. And that's all Ammon ever says, is that Galen talks about the cults and this and that and the drugs and he's just like, that's just not there. It's like almost like he doesn't even read Galen Ammon. That's what it seems.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So let's look at this present. This is like the beginning of the mythology.
To Piso.
What's a theriac?
A theriac is a multi-drug component that's used to balance a poison or death bringer, they call them.
To balance a poison or death bringer. So like an antidote?
Yeah, exactly an antidote, but they called it a galenic reaction, unrelated to the reason of Galen.
And by the way, galenic, the word galinos means calm. It's like anything that has a calming effect would be that reaction.
Okay.
A galenic reaction, that's the reaction. That's to bring the balance of the one that can kill you with the one that can keep you alive.
Hold on, pause. My understanding is he's also being dishonest about the translation of death bringer.
Yeah.
It's just it means deadly poison.
This is what he does. Anytime he finds a reference to a deadly drug or a poison, he says that's the death bringer.
Ryan is screaming justice. Let him come in here and scream justice.
Wow.
He says they're all over.
So you saw his characterization of the theriac as this thing that balances the death bringer and the thing that gives life. And now watch what he says here.
Interesting. What's the point of that?
To die and to be born again.
Die and to be born again.
So this is the theriac, to die and to be born again.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How much Galen have you read?
Considerable. Yeah, considerable.
How many? Give me an idea. Like how many pages?
Oh God, thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
And he's written how much?
22 volumes at 1,000 each, so somewhere around 22,000.
I don't believe that anymore.
I believed it when he said it. I don't know. Like it's like
I believed it back then. I don't anymore.
That he's read all of the Kuhn 22 volumes in Greek.
He doesn't represent Galen correctly. He talks about Galen's definition of a Neoniskos. Galen himself is quoted in sources as saying a Neoniskos is.
I think it's entirely possible that he has read all of the Kuhn volumes of Galen and simply lies about it.
That's possible too.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is he's not representing him at all correctly.
Yeah.
He's wrong about Neoniskos. Galen never says that Neoniskos is prepubescent. Galen doesn't say anything about Sindone being a medical bandage ever.
Yeah. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I have a few examples. So let's listen to the rest of this.
Pages.
Oh no.
Websites you're.
Oh no, the brothel.
The brothel.
Wait. Okay.
And where does all this literature exist? Like, where is it being held?
It's held currently in the book. It's sitting out in my.
You have all of it?
Yeah, I got it from Johns Hopkins.
Wow.
Yeah, because Professor Scarborough was in with all the book traders, right? And they were like, "Oh shit, Galen has become available."
Okay.
Can I run out and get Galen and show you?
Go grab it. He's got an original Galen book. Here comes the
God,
original.
he has original
1840.
This is from 1840.
Yeah, what's the date, Sam?
1827.
There you go.
How is that original?
But this is an impressive routine he's got, right? Like this
but that's not 1840s. Is not original.
I know. I don't know why they're.
Danny, are you seriously that dumb, dude? You're looking at it says 1840s, and you're going, "Oh, it's original." Like he's holding a manuscript of Greek that they dug out of the ground or something.
I wish I had that on my shelf. It's a nice trinket.
Sure, but don't look at original.
Okay, so
you're giving way too much benefit of the doubt here, dude.
Opera, Omnia, Kuhn, 1817.
Yeah, I was off a few years.
So
open it up and you'll see that it's basically, Danny, it's a medical text for physicians in in the early 1800s, right? What are they
It's a medical text for physicians in the early 1800s. Okay.
studying? They're studying Galen. You asked.
What was that?
No, because that would be true up to like the 16th century.
Yeah, I don't know who.
In the 1500s, Galen was still the main medical text. Not after that, though.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that Galen, a lot of Galen's ideas were overturned by then, because Galen had an incorrect understanding of the anatomy of the heart.
Yeah.
And when people started dissecting humans, they figured out Galen was wrong, but that took a long time.
That's what I'm saying. I was going to say, if you can say up to maybe the 16th century can get away with that.
Yeah.
But not 1800s.
That's who Galen was? Guess
So there's just a few little nuggets here.
what? He's the dude who dominated medicine from the 2nd century when he lived until that book that you're holding, right? This is the last set.
You're talking 2nd century BC, right?
Yeah. No, Anno Domini.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius. Yeah, this is his physician. By the way, he says in here that Marcus Aurelius is a total dopehead.
What language is this?
Greek on the top, Latin on the bottom. And the Latin translation is garbage, right?
He says Marcus Aurelius was a total dopehead. That's an interesting twist on that.
Wow, man, this is wild.
Yeah. Now, what you're holding there is volume 14 of a 22-volume set from Johns Hopkins. As you can see, those Baptists put their mark all over it. By the way, isn't that beautiful paper?
Look at this, everybody.
That's centuries old. Centuries. Think about it. Look at that. Right? Oh, it's gorgeous. It's a work of art. It's a work of art. But
how many pages is this? 700, 800 pages.
800 pages. Now think about it's volume 14, which is
That's one of 14 books.
Yeah, it's one of 22, but it is 14, and 14 is all about the pharmacology of the antidotes. And nobody looks into that stuff. And Galen says Marcus Aurelius is a total dopehead. He's on way too much.
What was he on specifically?
The theriac. It's a combination of plants and animal products that is meant to balance a cult ritual drug called Black Death.
A cult ritual drug called Black Death. So
The cult ritual drug that was called the Black Death.
Yeah, this is from Nero's library, right?
Okay.
Nero has his arch physician get this formula from the East for the theriac. The theriac is meant to balance the cup of Lady Babylon.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, bullshit.
So look, we didn't get
Lady Babylon is not even a thing in like 2nd century pagan text.
Yeah,
It's
So-
or Roman text. Like you might be able to like argue like Ishtar. Ishtar is called like the lady or like the goddess of Babylon or something like that. I've talked about that before. But like Latin or Greek 2nd century AD, that's not like or outside of Christianity at least. Revelation, obviously. Like
So-
pagan or Galen's not talking about Lady Babylon.
yeah. So he says that the theriac is meant to balance the cup of Lady Babylon and the death inducer with the life with the life inducer, and it's supposed to like there's all this stuff here that like we didn't get a chance to ask Professor Nutton because our internet connection was terrible.
Yeah, you could see it only and ended after an hour. Well, not
Yeah.
we were done. His connection started to really break down, and we had.
And I had some back and forth with him afterwards because he said I could send him some emails. And we had some back and forth to discuss this particular clip that we're going to show on screen because I asked him to vet this. And I just want to show it first because like we now have a direct line to Professor Nutton and we're about to talk to John Wilkins. And I'm hoping we can get some more details from John Wilkins about the theriac and how it's balancing the cup of Lady Babylon. I'm sure he'll have some very interesting insights about the cup of Lady Babylon and the theriac. Can you pull this up real quick?
If you look at chapter 17 and 18, the main bad woman is there offering the cup of her sexual juices.
And look at this guy.
So how does that get obscured?
Yeah, how does that get? How do we miss that?
Yeah.
Right?
That's a
How
real.
did
That
we
was a
miss
really
that Jesus?
light way of saying. Okay, dude. I don't. That was.
Yeah. So like where how does this get obscured? Like.
Was arrested in a
By
public
the way,
park.
that was kind of my approach to Ammon when I first met him too. You could tell, like my first interview with him.
So, yeah, like I'll say, so all this is getting covered up. Okay, so here's the key. Everybody listen very carefully to this because this is a very fact-checkable claim here.
In a pre-dawn raid with a naked boy and had something on his face that the Greek text refers to in the Septuagint as semen.
The Greek text refers to what Jesus has on his face in the Septuagint and says that it's semen.
So you have to go to the Old Testament to find the word that's being referred to as semen, and then go back to the New Testament
in a textual variant in the Gospel of Luke.
Yeah,
that helps you understand what's going on in the Gospel of Mark. So this is already really hilarious.
Talking about, by the way,
I think he's just off the rails right here.
That's what he usually does.
Jesus had it all over his face.
Jesus had it all over his face. What he has on his face is sweat. You know, that's what he has on his face in a textual.
That's a classical Ammonism, where you find one text using a word for something in a certain way, like the foot thing. He does the same thing. There are some double entendres where a foot can mean a dong.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Once you figure out the double entendre, it's a singular foot, nominative singular, not plural, not feet.
Yeah.
So then what he does is he goes to the New Testament. Whenever you see the word feet, he thinks he'll say it's dick. And then he's doing the exact same methodology right here. So there might be something in the Septuagint that refers to, it uses the word like what's a word for something coming out of your body, like a emission, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the word emission is also used for semen as well. It could be used for sweat. This is my guess. So then he finds that connection and goes, got it. I got my green light. Now I go back to the New Testament. He's sweating here. Oh, the Old Testament, the word for sweating is the same word for emission, which is also the same word for ejaculation. Boom. Now I got Jesus have come on his face. That's how he does it.
Yeah.
He does the same thing with the purple on the syndone. He goes to the LSJ. He sees the word syndone. He finds another source that uses the word syndone, and in that source, the syndone is purple because it's a purple cloth. And then he goes back to the New Testament and says that cloth had purple on it because another source from 200 years before that had a purple cloth.
Yeah, and anybody can look.
What he does.
Anybody can look this up. It's Luke 22:44. I'm not going to spend time on it, but it says que geneto o hydrosaftu o si thromviematos katavenondes epitin yin, right? So and his sweat became as if it were great drops of blood falling upon the ground. It's not because it's his sweat was thick like blood. That's all it says. And you just heard the way he twisted that.
As semen.
Yeah.
Jesus had it all over his face.
Semen all over his
But it had
face.
a funny color to it.
And by the way, I thought the whole problem was that he couldn't get the semen on his face. Like, isn't that the whole thing? He needed the semen all over his face so that he could get the antidote. Isn't that the narrative? Like, he's already contradicting his narrative. But let's listen.
A minute. Semen mixed with something. How did that get past anybody? Did anybody notice that Jesus? This is my number one research question, John. Right now.
Right now, yeah.
This is my number one. I am chasing this.
Look how serious he is.
To find an answer. Somebody must find out why Jesus was arrested in a public park before sunrise with a naked boy, which the text describes him twice. Mark, it's in the Bible.
The arrest was already in motion before he goes to the garden. Yeah. Right? Judas was already plotting against him in the scene prior. So the idea that he got arrested because of what happened in the park is nonsensical if you think about it. If you read the text word for word and don't try to presuppose anything onto it. You just read the text like fresh eyes. You go, oh, Judas was already going to the Sanhedrin to get him arrested before he even goes to the park. Ryan is actually here.
Okay, well, I queued this up a little too early, but we'll watch it together with Ryan. I just want to make sure we get to the part, the key here. Hey, Ryan.
Zealous.
Hey, buddy.
Because nobody reads the Bible anymore. Mm-hmm. Read the Bible. It says he was there. It says twice he was naked. It says he had a seam on. And people say, oh, whew, here we go. Some kind of sheet that covered him up, right? No. On the medical side, if you look in Galen, a sindone is a medicated rat.
Doesn't say that.
That you give to a boy
Nope.
who's administering an antidote
Nope.
in a mystery rite.
Nope.
And that boy's antidote comes through his ejaculation.
Oh, my God.
Prepubertal.
Ryan, do you believe
the doctors describe, Galen has a section of his antidote that describes what prepubertal boy semen is like.
So yeah, he just said Galen has a section in Antidotes that describes what a prepubertal boy's semen is like.
That's never been found in my
what it looks like,
what its
texture is, what it's useful for, what religion uses it,
and
milk.
I've never seen anything like that in my entire life.
Young girls that they were milking.
Pause. Have you seen this before, Ryan?
Specifically about the
the young boy, I have not been able to find it yet.
Now,
But
do
with
you think he's
Syndrome,
telling the
it
truth
can
there?
be-
Do you believe he's telling the truth there? Sorry to interrupt. I just want to establish,
No,
like,
you're
you believe
fine.
him.
Now I've been looking for it. I've seen Murex purple dyed wool, but again, it doesn't specific like it has its own properties that why they use it for certain things. What he's probably quoting from, he does this a lot. It's probably from Dioscorides and Xenocrates, where they do mention using semen, but Galen always says no, like don't do that. Like he always like looks down on people that write about using that kind of stuff, like using male semen specifically, like on like scorpion stings or like specific gladiator shit that was going on back then, like with like cuts and
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
different types of wounds.
Ryan, that's not the thing in question. Nobody's doubting that like certain bodily fluids are used for medical purposes, even semen.
Even Galen says he does not use. He's never used semen for specific like types of antidotes.
Okay.
But the only thing I've seen is that where he mentions it being like women's semen or gonos. It's not or seed.
Sure.
They don't call it semen back then. They call it like either like, and even there's I guess you could say like it gets confused with the human seed that can also look like, I forget the type of plant that like the seeds look like. I don't know why they call it testes back then, but human testicles.
Orchies.
But yeah, and it's like it's some botanical, but that can be confused sometimes. But what I've seen when it comes to the semen part, like I haven't been able to find it yet myself.
But what's your
Now, like
diagnosis of
now
this?
there are other physicians that mention using it, but Galen either refutes it, like he does not think it's a good practice.
Their usages, even if we're going to go with that, Dioscorides, whoever, their usages are for like medical purposes outside of cults, not
for inflammation, basically.
not to die and resurrect in a mystery religion. Never.
Right, I haven't seen that yet. No.
Yeah, so that's why I use the house analogy. If I say I live in a mansion in Palm Springs or whatever, or some Hollywood, and then you find out that I live like a couple miles away from Hollywood in a shack, and then I'm like, well, I still live kind of near there. I'm a liar. Call a liar as a liar. He's lying. He's making shit up on top of. There might be some kernel of little bit of truth underneath it all, but the way he's presenting the data is just not correct.
And I get like why like you harp on that now compared to like the way back when you were first like friends and learning with him, like you just take it on face value, and then when you look into it, it's like, okay, like he's stretching the truth a little bit on this, or he's looking too deep into this part of it, or he's confusing cult ritual with actual medical practice, like what they're learning from, because there are differences in like what when the Romans started learning what the Druids were doing, bringing that into like practices, like Galen talks about like a lot of their stuff is like barbaric, and like the way that they treat their people compared, or when it comes to medically, like causing like to treat people for antidotes specifically. I mean,
he literally just said Galen has a section in his book on antidotes about prepubescent ejaculate, what the texture is. He gave all these details, and then you go.
Yeah, and I've looked all through all the antidotes, and I haven't found that yet. Now, like he does have a lot to do with the purple and dyeing. Like when you have dyed wool from the Murex purple, like, and then like actually, what did they say? It has to do with like soaking it with vinegar and certain wines. Like even in the theriac, there's certain theriacs where if you give the onyx or the Murex, like the dust part of it, you mix it with a specific wine it's a really old wine, it'll make someone throw up instantly. Like where it'll get like before hitting the bloodstream, they feel like they've been poisoned. Other parts of the Murex, like where it's used as an inflammation, because like Galen's whole thing is, cold, hot, different antidotes are used for specific reasons and what it's used for. Like so, like even like making a paste out of it. Now it's not going to be purple paste or anything. It's usually like a white type of paste, or like an ointment is what we would call it today. But there's
then why would
on antidotes,
why would you consider that to be purple then? The purple, I should say, in reference to Ammon's theories. Why would you just credit that?
It's just the ingredient used in it. Like it's used in almost all of his theriacs, like especially like the Murex itself. I mean,
can you just pull up what he says the burning purple is, Stephen?
Sorry, let me just play this one more time.
In a public park.
Sorry.
Which the text describes and reads the Bible naked.
I just want to
hear it again.
He had
a seamed on, and people say, whew, there it is. It's some kind of sheet that covered him up, right? No.
Does this sound like somebody who's
on the medical side? If
not,
you're looking
who's
confused, seamed on is a medicated wrap that you give to a boy who's administering an antidote in a mystery rite, and that boy's antidote comes through his ejaculation. Prepubertal. And the doctors describe.
Oh, did I just kick you off?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm on.
All right. Because I'm not looking at the screen right now. I'm looking at something else.
Okay. So just to be clear, Ryan, you think that this is a genuine mistake, that he's misremembering where this reference is, that you believe it's a true reference, but it's not in Galen. Is that your position?
I mean, I don't know. Like I haven't seen that video in like 2 years or whatever, whenever it first came out. I don't take everything he says and think it's like 100%. I know like I get labeled as like as an Ammonite, as y'all like to call it, but like So
you're happy to admit that he might be lying here?
He might be.
Okay.
Or he might just be like forgetting like what he's talking about. I mean, like again, like I don't,
because he sounds pretty confident, right? Like he sounds like so let me put it this way. So when I asked Vivian Nutton to review that statement and then fact check it on his understanding as a Galen expert, is this in on antidotes, or is it anywhere in Galen? And his confirmation was no, it doesn't exist. And in particular, the whole idea of prepubertal sperm can't exist in Galen's system because it can't exist in the Hippocratic system, because according to Hippocrates, once you start emitting semen, puberty has then begun. That is the event that kicks off puberty.
That's the point of puberty, right?
So as far as Nutton is concerned, first of all, let me just say this. His first response to that was that I think he probably just can't read Greek very well. Like that was his initial conclusion. I pushed back on that and said, no, I mean, the guy's a PhD. Like, I think he can. I think he's just being dishonest.
Yeah.
But that's
like you're saying, like, we don't know what Nutton's read, and we don't know everything that Ammon has read. Yes, he has not.
Well, we know what Nutton has published many commentaries on Galen. Like, we know he's read the books that he's published commentaries on.
Nutton's own words, there's still 100 plus that haven't been, translated. 100 plus, like, what
been doing this since the 60s. So it's like, I don't think Ammon's going to have the one thing that Nutton never heard of. It just happens to be this like world-shattering thing.
Well, we got Bible scholars like Bart Ehrman that's been doing this for 40 plus fucking years.
That's not,
he changes his mind all the time.
I agree about Bible scholars. That's not the same as this, I don't think.
But Ryan, if this source existed, hypothetically, let's say it did, and it wasn't an antidote, maybe he misremembered and it's in another rare work of Galen, why isn't it plastered on screen in every single live stream of Lady Babylon? Why don't we ever see it?
Like on that, like
there you go.
I'm still looking for it because it does take a long time to like find books on Galen that are online, and then you have to like go like page by page or paragraph by paragraph, and copy and paste, and then look at specific words where I'm like, well, this means this over here, so I gotta like translate. It takes a while to do this.
When you guys found that 13th century source from Manuel Philes, it was plastered all over it was on his channel. Like,
yeah, he got so excited about. He got a hard on for this source, and it was just like all over the place.
Yeah. That's a cool source. No one.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, oh, cool. They found one. Cool.
In the 14th century. Wow.
It's fucking medieval, but whatever. Like, what are you gonna do? It's cool.
And even like Nutton does, like, I like that he did bring up, like, a lot of stuff that we get from Galen is coming from the Arabic side nowadays, because after the Great Fires and all the, and then like the Catholics got a hold of this stuff, and they thought a lot of this stuff was like witchcraft and whatnot. Like they burned a lot of it, but the Arabic side of things, like they did try to hold on to the information that Galen. So like it's going to be probably some time for anyone to find it. Now, again, like I know he claims that he's like read this, and like, and no, Galen was not into like
cult stuff,
is what we call occult stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't believe in miracles. Like, for instance, like he, or things that could like, like the whole water turning into wine, ordeal that was going on back then. Like, or he would find, specific like magicians like on like street corners doing their little magic tricks, and he'd try to prove them wrong. Like, he was ruthless about that stuff. Like,
sure.
Which like, and he's very opinionated about things that today like we're trying to like figure out. So it's like I'm still reading into his philosophy too. I mean, like he was way ahead of his time. I mean,
I just want to mention, I'm probably going to have to bounce soon because of the season finale of House of the Dragon. I had one other Ammon video that I wanted. I had one other Ammon video that I wanted to review.
I just pulled.
Yeah.
Screen?
Yeah, please. And then I'd like Ryan's feedback on the thing that we're going to watch later.
Yeah, but this is when he says the burning purple, he's given us, or he's given the world, I should say, in this published book that him and Ruck worked on.
Yeah, hit slideshow, make it big, make it big.
Okay. The burning purple, he says it right here, a mixture of Medea's vaginal excreta combined with ritual drugs, which was also, so he's basically saying it's the purple dye because he used it as an ink. One ancient source tells us the golden fleece of the Argonauts, famous magician, was a ram skin upon which was written the formula for the cult drug compound, which just happened.
It hit back, yeah.
Used in the mystery rite, otherwise known as burning purple. And obviously, I've shown a million times that this has nothing to do with this Carl Ruck reference has nothing to do with anything he's saying at all here. So that was just like weird.
So no, I'll correct that. It does that reference from Carl Ruck is talking about the ink used in the Golden Fleece, but it's not talking about the burning purple.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the burning purple.
Yeah.
Does it even say? Ruck didn't even know what burning purple was when we asked him. Huh? What's that? And then he says. And this is what. So then his citations down here are just like
all false,
all not real.
All of them false.
Yeah, they don't. You could go to him and they don't say what he's saying. Then the next one, this is the craziest one. The only source for an antidote was the semen or milk of a pre-pubertal boy. If Jesus and the apostles were following the echidniac eos rite, Jesus as savior would have had to derive his antidote by performance of a sexual act on a 9 to 12-year-old boy. The Gospel of Mark records that Jesus was arrested in the blah, 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 blah. Citation 79, Mark 14. What? This is all made up. I don't know. What do you think about that? And I appreciate you coming on, and maybe I'm a little too harsh in you in the comments, but when you come on here, I respect that. So I'm not going to be a dick anymore. What do you think about what you just saw there?
I mean, I'd have to read more into it, and I get what you're saying, where he makes up like he stretched like his thesis is what he's writing about, what we're doing is we have an antithesis. We're coming with different facts and opinions, and we're trying to come up with a synthesis, right? Like it would, to me, like some things like he does stretch the truth on where, I don't understand most of it half the time, like where like he goes on rants, but it's part of his little play he's doing,
Are you
where
just entertained by him? Is that what it is?
I wouldn't say it's like an entertainment. It's just like there are some like there's like nuggets of truth.
I can understand that.
There's
Actually, that was
there's
the case.
nuggets of truth, like in the things that like he talks about, like in the beginning, like when he started years ago, is not how it is, like how it's built up today. Like ever since, like
I agree.
like it's now I still watch because there's still like nuggets of truth. Even like when he goes on rants, like I'll get off the live stream, and then when he brings up specific texts, like it does help me like learn the Greek when I'm trying to learn it like at a slow rate as I am. But
Okay.
like again, like it's not how he was like years ago, even like when y'all were like, making videos together and none of this was going on. And again, like I don't choose sides. I'm not like, fuck this guy, fuck that guy. Like I'm just like looking at it from like in the middle, like, like oh, mom and dad broke up and I got to be in the middle. Like,
Ryan, can you? I'd like your feedback on this.
Yeah, go for it.
Since
real quick, thank you, Caladina, for the $9.99. Praise Apollo. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, dude. Go ahead.
So since Ammon's very directly involved with his community, and he does live streams and he reads people's comments and he responds, and now he's meeting with people in person in these concerts. What is impeding you or any other one of his followers to reach out to him personally or on Discord and just say, hey, Professor Hillman, the brothel is coming at you with this example of where you claim that Galen in Antidotes said this about prepubertal sperm. Could you please just drop a link to that citation, even if it's untranslated in Greek, so we can send it to Neil and Stephen to shut them up? And then Stephen and Neil will both independently issue public retractions and apologies to him, which I will do immediately when the source is provided. And I will reach out to Vivian Nutton and I will ask Vivian Nutton to reevaluate his opinion that this was baloney, quote unquote. And then I will get a public retraction from Vivian Nutton as well, saying Ammon Hillman was right. It will vindicate him. Yeah. The Ammonites will have a party. What is stopping you or any other person in the community from doing that?
I mean, I just have never thought of it. Can
you run with this and please come back to us with the result?
Guess what? I have.
Yeah, I mean, I could ask him. He's like, I'm not doing this to rebuttal y'all to the point of where y'all I'm trying to piss y'all. I'm just trying to have a conversation because I feel like there's been a lot of just back and forth on every side where people are just pointing the finger where it's like I'm just trying to cool it down, where it's just I can go with it. I have a good faith having this conversation with y'all. Yeah. I'm not trying to prove y'all wrong in any type of way, in a sense of even with my comment that I left yesterday, I was just trying to point out Scarborough says he doesn't basically he doesn't expand upon when it comes to Largus, when it comes to antidotes and other things like that. That's what I was trying to point to. Okay. And that's where a lot of what we're talking about scientifically is what we're talking, what is the science to why they were doing this back then, which I know it's an easy thing to point out, oh, look, he's saying he's using a prepubescent boy for specifically this, and this is why Jesus was doing that. And are there weird mystery cults in the LXX? Yes, there's a bunch of crazy things that they were doing back then. And I guess where people they get too hyped up on it because it's someone wants to be right, and I get it, but it's we're trying to learn from it, not just be oh, you're an idiot, blah blah blah. It's to me, it doesn't bother me to be called an idiot.
To that
Sometimes
point,
I can be an idiot.
So to that point, Vivian Nutton wrote the first edition of his book where he made a few mistakes, and John Scarborough pointed them out.
Which happens.
Vivian Nutton thanked him for pointing out his mistakes and wrote the second edition where he fixed those mistakes.
Which happened.
Amon Hillman made a mistake, maybe. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. He made a mistake. Neil and Stephen have pointed out that it's a mistake and verified it with Vivian Nutton. And now it's his turn to come back and say, it actually wasn't in Galen. It was
Right.
here. It was here. Here you go. But only you and your community can extract that from Amon. We can't.
And by the way, real quick, I used to try to
Right.
do this. I used to try to be the mediator between Amon's critics and him as a friend. I used to go, Amon, these people are making some really good points about the Hebrew and the Septuagint as a translation. Here's this, here's this, here's this. What are your thoughts? Nothing, no reply.
Right.
In fact, over time, he got so mad at me for this. He cut me off as if he just totally stopped talking to me. That's it. That's what happened. So I would love to see what happens if you tried that. I would guess the same thing, but maybe not. You know,
I think he owes it. I think he owes it to you. I think he owes it to you and his community to provide sources to back up his claims. It's not too much to ask.
And no, it's not like, like what's that saying? Great. What is it? Great claims needs like real sourcing or whatever the fuck it's called. Like
extraordinary claims require
extraordinary claims,
extraordinary evidence, and that's an extraordinary claim that Galen or any writer that adheres to the Hippocratic system would think that a prepubertal child could even physiologically emit semen. That's extraordinary. It's an extraordinary claim that Vivian Nutton says is baloney. That's his word, baloney.
Well, like
what's this clip you
like something I've seen like Galen has talked about is that like it has to do with like the Hippocratic stuff too, is that like men and women both secrete semen and
After
it's
puberty.
used for
After puberty.
after puberty, and like where it's used for specific things, like when they mix it with murex, like y'all showed it like at the end of the video like last night, where it's fumigated or it's it has to do with like if women have prolapses after having a child, they will fumigate the murex with like other things. I can't remember everything else. It's like a specific type of beeswax, cinnamon, myrrh, I think dill weed, and like something else. Like they'll make a paste out of it and they'll fumigate it in the room. Like I don't know how they came up with that 2,000 years ago.
right?
Like
It's actually very fascinating what they do medically. And then Amon tries to translate that into something cultic related to the Eleusinian mysteries, related to Christianity. Like, where is that?
and like which
That's a
like
whole
the-
different jump, dude. That's a whole different jump. You know.
and when I made that comment, is like Largus at the time was a I guess he was around the time of Jesus's time, and he had a lot of like I guess you could say writings having to do with like the use of like murex and things at the time. So I've been trying to find like what else was it used for other than like ointments, or like, because like I said, like they would dye like the wool, and just it itself would be like it would like either trap heat or it would relieve pressure depending on what you would mix it with. Now a sindone, which is like the what would they call it back then? They would call it the fucking the linen that was used from, I forget what plant it was like direct, or how they used to make it from the Egyptians and Indians used to make it. Anyways, like that they specifically wouldn't dye it with any of the murex, or not dye, but they wouldn't soak any of it because it was so expensive to make back then, because it wouldn't
Adhere.
it wouldn't take to it wouldn't it wouldn't adhere to it. So it had no. Galen specifically talks about using the sindon different than the murex dyed wool. That if for a specific reason, if a patient needed the dyed wool mixed with whatever, he would wrap it and then put the sindon over it. So like it'd be two different bandages on like the whatever would happen, like to like the patient. Again, like it's a lot of.
But then you have, but you also
Different.
have Scordes who tells us what the purple's medical usages are. He says
Right.
if you burn it, you can use it for stomach ulcers and brushing your teeth or something like that.
Yeah, and there's different like other and then other psychoactive behaviors for like other things too, like that they would mix it with like opium and mandrake or henbane.
Purple?
Yeah, they would mix it with the purple.
Do you have a source for that?
I can find it.
I've never heard that before.
Do you guys want to, while you look for
Yeah,
that,
while
do you want
you're
to?
looking for that, you can play that.
Okay, so this.
Before you leave, Stephen, I also wanted you to go through your comment that you made, because there are some people saying that our video somehow supports Haman. Like,
Yeah. So let me. I'm
Yeah.
going to start from the end here because this is a challenge that Ammon issued and that we have answered, right? So let me show this.
Right, that I just have to say, you know, people, this is the evidence that blows everything. It blows everything, Satanic Congregation. This is too hot for him. All I have to do is slap this down on the table, thud.
That's
When
it.
they come out, right? When the theologians, right? When anybody, right? Just show this. Classicists. Just show this.
Mhm.
Show this 5, 6, 7 lines to people. Oh God, are you ready for this? You're going to be here for ground zero. That's why you're special.
All right. So this was a challenge that he issued for this evidence, which is coming specifically from an anonymous medical author, Anonymi Medici de Morbis Acutis et Chronis, right? This is the text that we presented to not only a classicist, to Vivian Nutton, a medical expert, right? And if you let's look real quick at what it says, and I'm going to show his interpretation because I don't know if we're going to actually get to it, but I hope we might get to it. So this was the evidence that he wanted to show. And this is what we showed Vivian Nutton. So people were saying, like, well, how, this doesn't, refute Ammon. This is the source, Anonymous Perseus. And I'm just going to go through what his interpretation in this video is, because he bounces back and forth. But he interprets this as meaning we shall use sleep-inducing or hypnotic. He constantly renders it. He transliterates it as hypnotic. This word right here, hypnotikois, right? Douches made from a decoction of opium, poppy heads, or henbane. These psychoactive preparations containing substances such as scopolamine and atropine are used to wash out anal or vaginal cavities, especially those associated with catamites or courtesans, kinaidoi. The bottoms, basically, dudes who are taking it up the butt. The plant material is boiled down to its essence and made into thick pastes that are applied to the forehead and or face like a mask. Wild thyme is boiled in grape syrup for this purpose. These drugs are most effective during paroxysms, meaning the height or climax of this condition, which he compares to the twitching of the anus. And I could show all of this. I just don't know if we're gonna have time. But you guys should just go back and watch it. It's from his live stream.
Notice another subtle sleight of hand there. Grape syrup, and if you're like a kind of a low IQ person, you're gonna think purple because grapes are purple. But then the problem with that is it's no longer the dye anymore, and now now it's a different source for purple.
Yeah.
So
This is from his.
Be the same thing. Anyways,
This
that
is
was
it's from his live stream on August 5th, 2025, where he issues this challenge based on this specific source. And I'm just this is my summary. You can go listen for yourself of how he interprets this. But he says that the text then describes hypnotic Christs and repeatedly Christing the patient with these preparations. I think Ryan dropped off. Opium and henbane are placed on the face as part of this process. This is not merely ordinary medical treatment, according to Ammon. It belongs to a psychoactive, erotic, magical, and cultic context involving catamites, courtesans, attraction charms, theatrical masks, Apollo, Artemis, satyrs, and drug knowledge supposedly developed by women around the Black Sea. He says all of that stuff about this text that we presented to Vivian Nutton to get his opinion on this medical source and ask him, is there anything sexual going on here? Because if we get back to the video, Ammon is whacking the floor with his whip and saying that these doctors are sickos. He calls them sickos. And
that was what was so shocking me about that clip, because are you a child where you can't read a medical text without freaking out and smacking the floor? There's nothing. This is a serious medical text right here.
Yeah.
What? Because they inserted it in that it's like a little kid reading it. Like he can't handle. Like Vivian Nutton talks about this in our video, and he's like, "It sounds weird to us, but this is just how they do it."
Yeah, they just administered the medicine into the rectum. Now, if you go all the way back to the beginning of chapter 3 in this source, it says what it's talking about, which is phrenitis. That was a real disease in antiquity. People had paroxysms. They were literally, the patient was convulsing from feverish paroxysms that the doctor is describing how to treat in this text so that the patient would just fall asleep. Right? They need to induce sleep. So they're using poppy heads and henbane. They're making a paste out of it. They're applying it to the forehead, which I know you guys, I'm sorry. I know that a lot of people will call that Christing. I just call it application, right? They're pasting it on the forehead. They're creating a mixture out of it. This cataplasmomen, right? This plasma is just a paste. And yeah, it's called a perichrisma, right? It's a topical application. It is derived from the verb chrio, and it refers to a medication that is applied. There's a trochiskos, which is just a pill or a tablet, and then in the very end they're taking. You can see they resort to rectal suppositories. One must soak up opium or mandrake juice in wool, right, and then tie it with a linen thread and insert it into the anus so that it quickly absorbs and the patient falls asleep. That is what hypnotikos means. It doesn't mean hypnotic. It doesn't mean.
Nowadays we use IV, but this would have been the best way to get something in your bloodstream.
Yeah, this is they're just pacifying a patient who is literally convulsing and suffering from paroxysms. This is a learned medical writer.
There's nothing sicko about this.
Yeah.
If your reaction to this is, oh my God, sickos, that's I don't know. That's like a child's brain to me.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe that.
So all I did was I just played the part of that video where he's issuing the challenge, and he's but like if you start, like, I'll play it in 2 times speed because
This is what he says where he calls them sickos.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it at 2 times.
Another thing is he's like, this changes everything. This blows everything out of the water. What? What does this have to do with Christianity? What does this have to do with anything? Eleusinian mysteries, Samothracian mysteries. What does this have to do with anything? It's a medical procedure.
Treating patients with extreme phrenitis that need to be put to sleep. And the first word, just so everybody's aware, the first word here is prosklusmasi, which is a derivative of klusma, which does in certain contexts refer to douches, right? So it's like he's in the realm of like true interpretation, but watch what he does with this.
In yellow. You see the Christos? Can everybody make that out? All you monists out there?
Take a look.
And, oh my God! And the reason this example is even coming up, and you can see it's because it's highlighted, because this is the result of his word search for Christos. That's why we're.
Another thing that I'm so over with is this idea where you flash Greek on the screen and then you zoom in on a certain word, and then you don't tell them, like, don't show them what's going on here. Just show them this little piece of it. I don't know. You don't.
Yeah. So look, all this is saying is. Christois hypnotikois trochiskois chrysometha. We shall use topical sleep-inducing medicinal tablets. If you want to contest that translation and use other words and say that it's a Christ, go for it. But that's all it means.
Look at the Christ. Yes, the Christ, right? What kind of Christ am I going to show you? I'm going to show you
sleep-inducing Christ.
Hypnotikos. Oh, hypnotic Christ.
Hypnotic.
Oh God.
Oh God. People.
Buckle up, because as you can see right here, we're getting Christed multiple times, people. Now, all of you monists out there, you're not going to recognize any of this,
Mandrake.
and I am going to just throw you into the mix. People.
It is Mandrake. Yeah, it's Mandrake.
What does that do with monism?
I have no idea.
I'm going to throw you into the mix, right? We're talking hypnotikos de chrysometha prosklusmasi. What is prosklusmasi? What is Klusma. See, remember the Klusma?
Yeah, he got the pronunciation at the end.
Oh, here, this is the part where we need to look it up. Are you ready? People, what is the first thing we're starting out? We're starting out with something that's hypnotic.
Okay, what does that mean?
Sleep inducing.
Okay, sleep inducing.
Sleep inducing. I want to bring you to La La Land tonight, baby. I brought the drugs that Jesus had. Are you ready? Oh, where did I?
Where did Jesus come from all of a sudden?
I don't know. Klusma.
Get there,
Okay,
quick.
so
No,
now
no,
he
take a chair.
drills down into
Oh,
Klusma.
God.
Probably
people.
talking
What
about
kind of
the cup that he couldn't get rid of.
But
Like-
how would you be able to apply that to the cup without the text telling you that? You're just
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm
so
just saying I'm
get what
putting
you're
those
trying
two together.
So watch the methodology though. Watch how he bounces from
I'm
a
with
text that has the word prosklusma. Prosklusma. He then takes the word klusma, which is the root of that. Now he's in LSJ, and watch where he ping pongs from here, because he's going to drill down in this definition number 3, kinaidos.
hypnotic drugs are we talking about?
Which is
tonight?
not in the
Some of
text.
you may remember these drugs. What are these drugs? This is a liquid used for washing something out,
It's a douche. It's an enema.
especially a clister or a drench. What kind of things do doctors wash out? What kind of things do priests wash out? What kind of things does your grandmother wash out? We wash out. Go ahead and take it down.
Yeah.
We wash out our anal or vaginal cavities.
Which is not in the text. Nothing in that text is that procedure of treating the patients of phrenitis does not involve washing out their anal or vaginal cavities, just so everybody's aware. If it were,
he slipped in priest and your
Yeah.
grandma, like he
yeah.
has to make it a universal thing that everyone's doing instead of just the medical doctor that's talking about it.
Do you understand? These are medicines, people. They're hypnotic. That must be applied to certain
They're hypnotic, but he already defined hypnotic, right? He did it. He defined it correctly. He said that it's sleep inducing. So why are we saying hypnotic? Because it sounds cooler.
places. We are Christing now. Do you see? These are hypnotic. Don't worry. It gets so much worse.
Oh,
Go
so
back
much. It gets so much worse.
to the definition. We missed, you know what we did? We went right by on that highway. We passed that conitis right up. Did you bring the clister? Bring me back out the clister, people. No, I'm not going to explain that. Right? No, this one. Bring out the,
Okay.
yep, you got it. I will. Let me put it in the right place.
Okay.
People, Joey wants
Watch.
you to know about the picture that's there. Okay, and all do good time. Look at number 3 here. What else is that liquid for washing something out? That's particularly of, like, the conitis, right? Or a hetaira. Do you know what a hetaira is? That is what you would so monistically call a prostitute, but I would say that is a companion.
Pause.
Yeah.
This is what he teaches his students to do. That is so bad.
They think they're learning Greek when they do this.
Yeah, and he's going from source to source. These sources have nothing to do with each other other than they're using a word, right? That's what they have in common. The way they use this word might be different. That's why they're all on here. That's why there's a 2. That's why there's a 3. They're different contexts, but he doesn't care about that. They're all the same to him.
Yeah.
That's how he gets you in this. All right,
It's a word related to a word related to a word. So he's going from prosklusma to klusma to kinaidos to hetaira. He's so far. He's 5 steps away.
And-
5 steps removed from the text right now.
and just for anyone watching, I'm not just telling this to you, Ryan. Anyone watching, those blue Greek words on the screen, the LSJ or the lexicographer is not saying klusmatos equals kenaidos or equals etaira. He's saying that these sources use this word in conjunction with this word right here.
Yeah, and you can look them up and see that it's probably a douche being used by somebody who just got, basically, it's the porn stars use it for the same purpose. Let's put it that way.
Plutarch, whoever it
Maybe
is, like
Go to one of these. I don't know.
No, it's fine. No, let's blow past it. But he's pointing at definition number 3, which says that a douche is used by a kinaidos, which he's going to explain what is, or a prostitute, or a bottom, a guy who's getting penetrated anally is going to use a douche. That's all this is saying. It has nothing to do with the medical text that he started with. But we're down this rabbit hole now.
Understand? It's medicine. Okay.
It's medicine.
This isn't the Middle Ages, right? What do you wash out? You also wash out your kinaidos. What is your kinaidos? Oh, you'll have to refresh that, but please show them the kinaidos.
Yeah.
I know some of you remember. Some of you go back to the conitis, right? Does anybody? Hey, Satanic Congregation, if you go back to the conitis, would you please give a shout out? Should we pick those shout outs up? If you already know what a conitis,
Notice how we're on a totally different entry now.
We're down another rabbit hole.
We're in a different entry now. This is nonsense. Go ahead.
is, that's fantastic for the new people who may be just tuning in. The kinaidos is the catamite. Right now, look what the Victorian scholars gave for us. A lewd fellow, right? Oh, God. There's Herodian. That's grammatical stuff, right? That's the really good stuff. A public dancer, right? You can also refer to obscene poems, right? The Canidoid, obscene poems. It's a type of fish. Thank you, Pliny. Right? And it all.
Yeah, it's sorry. Could I'm going to do what Amon does, and I'm going to track it into another. I want to actually show this.
Give them an example of how it.
Yeah. Look, just let me
make anything equal anything if you want.
Yeah. But I'll just do this. Just show this real quick. Academite in ancient Greece and Rome. Academite. This is the Kinaidos, right? Can you pull this up on screen real quick?
Oh my God.
Was a pubescent boy who was the intimate companion of an older male, usually in a pederastic relationship. It was generally a term of affection and literally means Ganymede in Latin, but it was also used as
to have this Ganymede, guys.
Yeah. So I'm not suggesting that this isn't a thing. This is totally a thing. It's just not in the text that we're trying to talk about right now, right? This is a rabbit hole.
This is what he does every single time. Finds a text. It says a word in that text. Go to the LSJ, find the entry, find another word in that entry, click on that word, and then go to that entry, and then find another word in there. Oh, look, lewd boy. Oh, look, catamite. Oh, they're the same thing now. Yep. You could do that. We could do that with any. I can literally pick up a word right now and do the same thing and show you how nonsensical this is.
All right, but let's get back to the video, and I'll try to stay on till the end.
Tuning in, the Kinaidos is catamite. Right now, look what the Victorian scholars gave for us. A lewd fellow, right? Oh, God. There's Herodian. That's grammatical stuff, right? That's the really good stuff. A public dancer, right? You can also refer to obscene poems, right? The Canidoid, obscene poems. It's a type of fish. Thank you, Pliny. Right? And it also is the Canadian. And then you see after that Galen. And that's where you should be interested, right?
That's where you should be interested because it has some relevance to this text.
Galen's going to send us there. And do you have to refresh the screen? Okay. People, look. Canadian. What is a Canadian? Uh-oh. It's the yunks. And it's the seisopilgus. Now, this word pilgus is the word for butts. And the seiso is like you get when you get a seismic wave.
He's so wrong about how you read a lexicon.
Yeah.
It doesn't equal yunks. It says Hesychius uses this word in relation to a yunks.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Kinaithion is the diminutive of kinaithon, and it's talking about in a certain context. It equals it, like it's. You notice that's Hesychius. Yeah. So he's saying that according to Hesychius glosses kinaithion with the term yunks.
Right.
So that's all that's saying. But it wouldn't even matter if this was correct or incorrect, or if Hesychius is wrong or right. We're now like 6 steps away, removed from the source that we initially started with. That's supposed to be the most important piece of evidence that we're supposed to present to classicists in order to verify that what he's saying is true. And look what we're doing here. This is not serious.
Notice what he said in the beginning. All I need to show him is these 5-6 lines.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? You went to 20 different sources by now. You're literally the meme of the guy taking the rope and pinning it on the wall to do the Star of David symbol on there, like he did on his thumbnail. Yeah. He's literally doing that right now. This connects to this. This connects to this. This connects to this. This connects to, and then where are we? We're not.
And this is all just to get us to buttocks. This is all just to get us to buttocks.
This is the jiggling of the buttocks.
This is the jiggling of the buttocks
dance. Isn't that nice? You mean they twerked in antiquity?
Look at this.
Of course they did, right?
Hold on, Brian. When you see this, you're watching. What are you thinking about? Like what? Chewy, what are you putting on the screen?
I mean, I guess it's satire. I mean, but it's not. It doesn't make it funny to everyone, or it's putting an image in your head that you don't really want to think about, but it is projecting something to you. I guess when he tries to put contextually, when these images come up, it's not always the best image for it.
But Ryan, you understand how
with his ding-a-ling and purple all over him.
But Ryan, you understand how embarrassing it was for me to pull up that text with the world expert in ancient medicine, Vivian Nutton, and show him this really basic medical text, and just to ask him hey, look, I understand, I just need to ask this: is there anything sexual going on here? And he's like, absolutely not. It makes me cringe so hard that I even had to ask that. but that was the
Oh,
challenge.
sweet Mary and Joseph. No.
Yeah.
Twerked in antiquity.
They twerked in antiquity.
Go back to the twerking, please. In
Look
antiquity.
at this.
The twerking. Oh God, you put them in the wrong order. Okay. Oh, I guess.
That is
Okay. I'm
fucking-
sorry. Satanic.
Wait, how do you produce this and get it ready and prepare it? Like, it's not like they're just looking online and scrolling around. They got this. They made this themselves and put it on their thing.
Yeah. This is their presentation.
This is them, dude. You're the ones doing this shit.
Congregation, meet Canitas.
Oh,
Canitas, Satanic congregation. Everybody.
What do you do for my picture?
I do have a picture. That you hired drooling on there.
Well,
Yeah.
thankfully, you weren't bent over, ready to take
But
take
you're
it
an
as a
adult,
canitas.
dude.
Thanks for that, I guess.
Yeah.
Give the Canitas
Purple
a
out
shout
of my ears and fucking nose.
So Hillman is now illustrating to you what in his mind is a canitas, which is a pubescent boy, but this looks like a prepubescent boy to me. Again,
Yeah.
nothing. That word is not in the text. We're really, really, really far away from the text.
Shout out, right? What's his name? Who cares, right? Who cares? Now, what were we talking about? We were talking about
what were we
that
talking about?
medication that we're going to use to wash out our canitas.
To wash out our canitas.
This is literally the definition of being taken in a back alley, mentally.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe what he just did there. Was like totally dishonest, like totally bad faith.
Look at the comment, Christ, your twerk machine. I don't know how anyone defends this.
You got it? Fantastic. What's this?
Oil
Where are we,
boys.
people? Where
Look
are
at the
we? We're with a
comments.
bunch of
Twerk.
doctors.
Oil. Somebody commented oil boys.
Are you serious? That really? I didn't see that.
like look, watch the comments. Watch the comments.
You got it?
Purple
Fantastic.
twerkers,
What's
oil
this?
boys,
Where are we, people? Where are
medical
we?
arts,
We're with a
twerk.
bunch of doctors.
Oh no, that picture.
Now, who am I
Ancient
reading to you tonight? I'm
twerking.
only going to read to you one
Oh god.
passage.
Oh god.
And who is that? It's an
Like you got to check your membership there. Like,
And then
who
they're
do you-
surprised when someone shows up at an event and does that.
anonymous doctor. Can you believe there's so
anonymous
much
doctor.
ancient medicine? We just have so many authors and bodies of their works, right? And
Catamites.
because
Catamites. Oh look, there's our
ancient
friend.
medicine. We just have so many authors and bodies of their works, right? And
There's Hannah B.
Mhm.
Catamites. Yay.
And-
Hook 'em horns.
because Galen's in that group. There's more medical literature than anything from antiquity. There's so much medical literature.
What?
This is from the anonymous medical sources.
She's
Oh,
literally
God.
going like this
Oh.
with Edomites. Like,
Yeah, Catamites. Woo!
God, it makes sense because Galen is quoting just dozens upon dozens upon dozens upon dozens of sources, right? I shouldn't have used dozens. I should have said hundreds. It's amazing. People that you'd never even, right? I shouldn't have used dozens. I should have said
Sorry,
hundreds.
I am trying to start a cult.
It's amazing.
Take notes from Amin on how
People
to
that
do
you'd
that.
never even, who is this and what? Anyway, it's gorgeous.
Okay,
but
when-
back to our canitis.
when are we
going to
get back? Okay.
Now, people, what is shaking the buttocks, right? That's a twerking thing. But what is this one that's the yunks? What is our canitis, right? Or Canadian? What is our Canadian really?
Now we're like 8 steps removed from the source that we initially started with. We're down another rabbit hole in LSJ.
This bird that you tie to a wheel to bring back an errant lover. It is a charm. It is a charm. Oh, do you understand? When they are saying charm, they are talking about ways of causing you to bend your perception, your reasoning, everything to bow before this power of attraction. Do you know how many drugs they're putting in this stuff? They're Christing people. I told you, these are naughty people. Let us spank the Christers of antiquity. Do you know these people? The anonymous doctors are so worried because all you do is your sex stuff. You sickos.
what the fuck? That was insane. Over a medical text that has nothing to do with sex or drugs or anything.
Now, and that's all I asked Vivian Nutton. Is there any sex going on here? And he said no. If someone wants to like point out to me where in that text,
That's Timmy.
yeah, and you can see, oh my God, I love this, ha ha ha. They love it because he's such a goof, because he's so like he's a like this. He's a clown. I'm sorry, like this is not serious.
No.
Vivian Nutton is a serious scholar, and I accepted his challenge of presenting this text to him, and I forced myself through gritted teeth to ask him the stupidest question I could possibly ask a professional in the field. And this is what I've been reduced to. And we got what we expected.
Yep.
Fantastic, fantastic magic charm. Let's bring the magic charm. Pull it up. Right? You're sitting here, people, with some anonymous dead doctor. Go back Go back to the
Go
text.
back. Go back to the text,
John.
please. Please go
Fantastic.
back
Here
to
we
the
go.
text. Thank
So,
you.
What are they talking about?
What are they talking about?
Using these douches that are hypnotic. And they add to these, what are the ingredients in these things? By the way, this is a generative material here. The ingredients are the cold one. What is cold one? It's head. It's head. What is head? Head is opium. It's one of the names that they call the opium. Why? Because of its characteristic capsule. It's head.
Now he's telling
You
the
have some
truth,
head
by the
on you.
way.
Head is opium.
Yeah.
Are you getting ready?
It's
Are
opium.
you getting ready for this? Now, before you get all confident, you're like, oh yeah. I know what that is. Oh yeah, I know what that is. No, you don't. No, you don't, right? Go back to the text. What else is in this stuff? What else is in this stuff, people? Hyoscyamus. What is that? Oh, did you bring the henbane along? Here you go, people.
Henbane.
Here you go. And what is in this?
Now he's telling
What
the
is
truth.
in this that they're douching?
Yeah, but listen to how he can't handle himself. Are you that immature that you can't present a source from antiquity without having to freak out and lose your mind? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, just read the source, dude. We're all adults here. Like, it doesn't have to be that crazy.
Yeah. And by the way, even though prosklusmasi could in some context refer to douching, because he again said that they're douching with poppy and henbane. If you just look at the text, go back to the text, right? Yeah, so like hypnotikois de chrysomatha prosklusmasi, we shall use sleep-inducing lotions or washes, but the thing is, it's to dia kodion I ioskiamu afepsimati, so consisting of decoction of poppy heads and or henbane, either one, I guess either one works, right? It ends up as a cataplasmasi, right? It's a paste made from wild thyme boiled in sweet wine, right? Cataplasmasi depitumetopu. So it's applied to the forehead. So why is he talking about washing out your anal or vaginal cavities in this first part? Because it's not what the text is saying. It's just not. So like that. So even though the end of the text does get to the rectal suppository, that's not happening in the first part, right? It's just, you can contest my translation. You can give me your own version of this, but he's running with the assumption that prosklusmasi here is a douche, and it's not. So just wanted to point that out, is we're already a bit off the rails, and he's again talking about douching. So let's keep watching.
Yeah, like the mandrake is used for it's used for pain relief to induce deep sleep. And then like the henbane, it's for the nervous spasm or like severe nervous spasms to ease the pain, and it's a powerful sleep aid. Like it's a hypnotic, and
Which
specific dosages.
Which is the point. It's a soporific drug that they're administering to a patient to get the patient to go to sleep.
Yeah, and then like the hemlock as well. It's like it's a controlled topical application to numb, the severe pain.
So as far as you can tell, Vivian Nutton was correct that there's no sex involved in this passage, as far as you can see, right?
Not in this one, no.
Yeah. Okay. So we're let's just continue listening to the clown show then. Let's pull this back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Into the anal and the vaginal places that you use for prostitutes and connidoid, right? What are they using? They're using this, and it's full of scopolamine, atropine, right? Oh my God, are they getting into the hallucinogens? Fantastic.
Are they getting into the hallucinogens?
Hallucinogen.
Now, of course, if that's a byproduct of this medicine, sure, on the way to go to being put to sleep, maybe you're going to hallucinate, but that doesn't seem to be the point of what the medical text is trying to describe.
People, do you know the level of regularity that you have to go to in order to get a group of doctors discussing how to properly use a psychotropic douche?
Psychotropic douche.
I told you, splashbacks tonight, people.
That they apply to the forehead. That's the thing, is he's got the forehead, and he's gonna acknowledge that. He's not gonna hide that.
It's dirty. Give me the next. Now, people are going to add Christing to this. This is where it becomes really interesting, right?
Why is it dirty?
Now, what are they trying to?
I don't know.
They're trying to afepsemati. They're trying to make this afepsemati, this boiling down to the essence is the way that they look at it. Boiling down to the essence of the plant matter. Do you understand? And with it, they're going to make cataplasmasi. Yeah, these kind of things. What is a cataplasm? It's something that you put on your skin.
Okay.
It's thicker than an ointment or an oil or an unguent. And where are they putting this stuff? On their foreheads, on their faces.
Wait a minute. I thought they were putting it in their anal cavities and their vaginal cavities to wash them out. They were douches. Why are we putting it on our foreheads all of a sudden?
It's both.
Yeah. So he's just contradicted himself. He just told the truth. That was the truth versus what we've been hearing this whole time, which has been absolute, like, not a barrage of BS.
You've heard of the mask, haven't you? You've heard of the mask. I told you the theater with its
It is a mask. This is medicinal.
Who's the leader of the muses? Right? Who's that leader of the muses? Oh, it's the dude with the guitar. Right? It's the dude with the guitar. Fantastic.
Relevance.
Love it. Let's keep going. Right? Now, what are those 4 aspects of Apollo? Medicine, prophecy, toxins, and what was the other one? No, that was toxins. Oh,
You already said
this is
medicine.
terrible. Satanic congregation. You'll be able to do this. Did anybody watch last time? We have medicine and prophecy and toxins. What's the other? What's him? You know,
Okay.
her.
Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Let's keep going.
Look, they all know. Okay, music. Allure.
Back in
Right? So we're going
or Danny B's dropped $5 super chat. Love you, man.
Thank you.
Catching up. Support real research into the scared medicines.
Hell yeah.
Protect women and children. You're awesome, my brother.
Very simple, man. It's very simple. And there's plenty of good research. There's plenty of awesome text about ancient drugs in the mysteries and outside the mysteries. So we will continue to look into that stuff. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you.
to be Christing the stuff on our now metopu can be your forehead, but also face.
Okay, forehead, also face. That's not true. It is just your forehead, but fine. Whatever. It's not your anal cavities and it's not your vaginal cavity.
Right? And they're Christing.
Apollo he's right. It is healing or medicine is part of Apollo's for one of his aspects, but it's music, prophecy, and reason. Like you can't medicine and what was the other one he said? Toxins. Those are the same thing.
Yeah.
They're both medicine. I don't know why he thought it was like I don't know. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out.
Specifically with this plant, it's like a wild thyme that is boiled in grape syrup. Okay, it's a hey people, it's just they're preparing this stuff.
It's sweet wine. I mean, I don't know. Erpilo and gliki epsimeno, maybe grape syrup. It doesn't really matter. We've already established that we're working with poppy and henbane in this decoction, so that's fine.
Useful during paroxysms. What are these paroxysms? It's really the height of your disease or syndrome.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't actually tell anyone what that disease or syndrome is, but the text is explicit that it is phrenitis, and that's what's causing the paroxysms.
It's the height. These drugs are most efficacious at the height. And when you come to the Seder, you know that they are locked in a constant drive. They are always at this point, right? They're always at this tip of the spear. Do you understand? Fantastic. You could also say bow there. You could also say bow. It'd probably be more appropriate because all of the chemistry that you're seeing here is discovered, investigated, and discovered by tribes of women around the Black Sea. Isn't that nice? Did we bring any huntresses tonight? There in the intro. So enjoy them there. Great intro, by the way, Teddy Bass for his gorgeous voice and instrumentals. Fantastic. And Chewy, the image is remarkable as usual. People, do you see what's happening? Right? They're showing off. They're showing off. Fantastic. Artemis. Somebody said Artemis, right? Who's Artemis? Right. Let's see what else you can do. We were putting stuff on our faces last time.
Okay, we were
Did
putting
they put
stuff
opium?
on, we were putting stuff on our faces. Again, that's true. We were putting stuff on our faces, not douching our anal or vaginal cavities.
And hyoscyamus on their face. Do you remember in Menorca the dig that we saw a year ago or something where they had it in their hair and they're like, oh, they're painting it on. Why would they do that? Here are some doctors who will tell you they are Christing for a very specific reason. And I am going to have to Christ you in a way tonight that I just have to say, people, this is the evidence that blows everything. It blows everything, Satanic Congregation. This is too hot for him. All I have to do is slap this down on the table.
This is what I started
when
with.
they come out, right? When the theologians, right? Anybody, right? Just show this. Classicists, just show this 5, 6, 7 lines to people. Oh God, are you ready for this? You're going to be here for ground zero. That's why you're special, because you are my Satanic Congregation, and I say my affectionately. You're also Chewies, right? You're also Chewies, right? Okay, so it's most especially useful in cases when you're right at your paroxysm, right? And what do they do? He says you got to collect the opium when it's been beaten or rubbed vigorously. Yes, and heated. I don't know why. And this is joined with a not waxy, but a thicker cerate, right? It's a specific type of ointment. A cerate. It's a thicker form that you will place within a wound or something, or a spot that you want where it to work.
So
they're
boiling and crushing the poppy heads and mixing them with bread and rose.
It's combined with this rose cerate, right? I don't know why, because I don't know. It's a chemistry. Ask that. Who's that wizard? What's his name? Yeah, remember the wizard people. Cataplasmin. So we use this stuff and plaster it, right? And that's fantastic, right? In some cases, what are they using? They're using pericrysts that are composed of what? the juice of the macon, the opium, and mandrake. Mandrake, right? And I want you to realize that that is a really, really potent combination, right? Both mandrake and opium are used in surgery.
Now, it is either or. The word "a" is there, and it's or. They're either using opium or mandrake, but it is this word perichrisma, which is he's calling a peri-Christ, but that means just a topic. It's a lotion. It's a lotion that's made out of these things, and that's why he's calling it Christing.
For anesthesia in antiquity. When I was working for John Scarborough, I had to pass prelims, and those prelims were had to cover your own area that you're studying. One of the questions that John Scarborough asked me, Hamilton, right? One of the Wizard Hamilton, right? He'll dive into the chemistry, right? Explicate. One of the things that Scarborough, asked me on that exam, because your master is the one who writes your exam, right? He said, tell me something. What's the difference between using opium and mandrake for anesthesia, right? Go. You have to figure out an answer to that. So I ran to Galen and swish, looked it up, right? And I knew certain treatises he talked about, stuff like that. And it turns out after the research, right? These exams, by the way, this part of it is a written response. It's like writing papers, right? So you have a certain amount of time. That's why I'm hitting the sources. And in this one, there's a section where he says it's safer to rely on the mandrake for the sake of surgery and anesthesia because the opium tends to attack your breathing, and it's very easy for the doctor.
Okay, so
the most important words I'm going to show you
back to the text
of all time. I'm not hyper exaggerating. This is not excessive hyperbole. Holy mackerel. Look at the first one in yellow.
He's actually doing the excessive hyperbole. As he's saying, he's not. He does that all the time.
Excessive hyperbole is definitely going on right here.
Those people, do you see
Christois,
Jesus?
look
He's
at
looking
that.
at you right in the face. What is Jesus doing? We just saw Conitis running around. Did we bring the Hetaira, the companion who yields sexual favors? Yes, her too. Don't forget her too. We have to be able to wash them, right?
Why is this kid here? Sorry.
So now we are Christing. What are we Christing? We are using the trochiskois, the pills, right?
Hold on. You know what? Go back to what you just said, because you don't have to show it, but like
yeah.
Well, because the text that he's providing has nothing to do with, first of all, a naked kid or a young kid, or Jesus or purple.
No purple.
But it's all being shoved in your face because it's part of the whole doctrine. It's part of the dog. It's like, as he's showing you the sources, he's reminding you the main goal is this purple thing.
Now, if you're just going to say that this is entertaining, and then you get to like, if that's your excuse, like it's just fun. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, her too. Don't forget her.
When you get to this is no longer entertaining. This is disturbing. This is highly disturbing,
especially since it has nothing to do with what he's showing.
Yeah,
nothing. Not even close.
We have to be able to wash them, right? So now we are Christing. What are we Christing? We are using the trochiskois, the pills, right? They make a compound formula, dry it into a pill. You then take that pill and rehydrate it, and there's your medicine. What kind of pills are these?
But the problem is that we're talking about a trochiskos, which is being used as a perichrisma. So it's perichrisma, see that these mykonos mandragoru. So it's made from either opium or mandrake, and it's a topical. The fact that it's Christois trochiskois means that they're topical medications. You're putting it on the skin. You're not popping a pill. And hypnotic means it's sleep inducing. So all of these stages of the treatment are all putting it on your skin. That's how it's being absorbed.
Your pills that are Christois, and what specifically? So the Christois tells you exactly how they're applied, right?
Yeah,
and what
tells you how
they're hypnotikois.
Yes.
They are inducing the stupor.
Inducing the stupor? Is that what the doctor's trying to do? Induce stupor?
They're chasing the dragon.
Chasing the dragon? He started this whole thing by properly identifying what hypnotikos means. It's sleep inducing. It's soporific. We started with the truth and we ended up chasing the dragon.
You understand? They are numbing.
That's a sleight of hand, by the way. That is like not honest.
These are the numbing powers.
Numbing? Okay, numbing makes sense.
They're using the opium.
Yeah,
and you must Christ it, people, because that's just the way it's applied. Now, you're going to be surprised at what I'm going to Christ.
Yeah, that's just the way it's applied. It's a...
Bring that conitis back in here. This conitis needs to be Christed. Where's my whip?
Again, the conitis needs to be Christed. The calamite needs to be Christed, showing the little boy with the male stroking him not going on in that text. Just not there.
Where's my whip?
Wait, where's this whip?
By the
Get out of
way,
here. It's too much. I told you. Stop.
real quick, go back to that.
Your camera's not working.
And I'll fix it in a second.
The way it's applied. You're gonna be surprised at what I'm gonna Christ. Bring that conitis back in here.
Bring
This
that conitis
needs
back
to be
in here.
Christed.
This conitis needs to be
Calls me
Christed.
Conitis, first of all.
Yeah.
Bring them back. And second of all, that looks like a literally 4-year-old right there.
Yeah.
This is so fucked up, dude. Anyways.
Ryan, any thoughts on this? Is this just like give me your perspective here?
Other than, I mean, yeah, like the Christos it's a medical, at least like, it's a medical ointment practice, like where you're literally something's being rubbed on, or what we say anointed. Like he's taking like the word anointed because it's if it's an oil or a salve that's being put on the face. I mean, technically that is what a Christ. There's like Christes, Christone, and that's like the different type of application, like Christos is a rub-on remedy. A cataplasma is like a poultice. A broma is something that's meant to be swallowed.
But what is the point of anchoring it in the conitis and showing a little child on screen? What does that have to do with this text?
Again, he goes off left sometimes. I mean, the text is like talking about like he stays on point and then he goes left. This is pretty far left. This is way further left than I think anybody should be. Okay, let's move on.
Where's my whip?
Yeah,
where's this whip?
Get out of here. It's too much. I tell you. Stop.
He's a goofball. I get it. He's a goofball.
Did you bring it? Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Jesus. Why were you Christing with this kid, dog?
Why would that be your reaction to that fake picture? Oh, he goes, oh. Why would that be your reaction, dude? What is wrong with you?
And then he cuts to this and says, Jesus, why? Sorry, let me see it again.
There he is. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Why were you Christing with this kid, dog?
Why
were you Christing with this kid? Now look what we have to do. 2,000 years of your reputation. Right down the toilet. As soon as everybody finds out. Didn't you realize that? Is that why you were yelling about scandal? Stop it. Get scandalized. You're right. You're right, Jesus. The Christer. You're right.
Oh, I wish my dog were here. So yeah, I think look, I probably have to go soon. This just gets worse and worse. It goes into like
anus.
Like,
it's those perverts. Just remember that. Oh God.
Perverts. But sorry.
Right.
I
Jesus.
I can't
Christer.
skip over this.
You're right.
Apparently, a medical doctor can't write the word anus unless they're pervert.
Yeah. Look where this leads.
See who gets Christed here in the end. Get it? I made a joke. If you're prophetic, you'll understand where we're going with the Christing. Oh, someone tell me, where did he find these texts? I tell you, the perverts that gave this to me were the thesaurus lingua graecae. Oh God.
This is
Hello, is somebody in there? Oh God. Oh God, or is it Grecorm? I can't remember. Let's do it. Oh God, it's those perverts. Just remember that. Oh God, it's the classicists, right? Run to your local classicist people. Call them on the phone. Say, hey, I heard you can Christ somebody on the anus.
By the way, sorry.
What? Anal Christing is central to your health.
What is that? What is
Anal
that?
Christing is central to your
I don't know.
health. Do you understand? Do you know who told you that? You don't remember, right? Because you haven't been Christed. Once you're Christed, you get your memory back. Oh, really? It's quite an advantage, I hear. Oh, what? I told you, people, the medicine, the magic, the drugs, these are all the same thing. That's one cult.
All the same.
One garden. With one fruit that'll get.
Yeah. So
that was completely just made up right there.
Yeah. So I have to go. I'm just gonna leave you guys with this image.
I need you to just go through your comment. The first comment, the one I pinned. I need you to. We should have started with that.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I've already shown this, but yeah, just pull up the text one more time, just one more time.
The text? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out that here where it's epitasi edrikas krokidas sin fefxometha vide analavondas erio mykonos opon I mandragoru ke apodisandas lino kathiene istin edran. So at the end, they're simply taking the rectal suppositories, soaking it up in opium or mandrake juice and wool. They're tying it with linen thread and they're inserting it into the anus for quick uptake of this drug. They are not Christing the anus. That is not a thing. It is not happening here. They're Christing their foreheads. They're applying the drug to the forehead. They're applying it to the skin with medical tablets. By the time he gets to the rectal administration, it's inserted up there. That is not, according to his definition, quote unquote, Christing. That's not how it's being applied to the anus. Sorry, could you show the comment that you want me to?
Oh yeah. It's so. Let me just go back to my channel real quick and.
I didn't have that prepared.
That's fine. I got it right here. I will share my screen.
That video was crazy. That video is like, challenge accepted. We presented that to to Vivian Nutton and got his opinion.
Yeah, because I want to bring it back to what we were actually discussing, which was this right here. You were saying, because there were some people in the comment section who actually watched this video and didn't understand what is this? Why is this debunking Ammon? Or some people even said this supports Ammon. This makes him, which was I was blown away by that comment. Anyways, you were saying.
This is what we started this whole thing with, which was for anyone who claims this interview does not debunk Ammon Hillman. Here's one unambiguous example. Professor Nutton was asked to evaluate the claim that Hillman makes about Galen, which I paraphrased. There's the paraphrase that on the medical side, if you read Galen, a Sindon as a medicated rap. We reviewed all of that. Nutton confirmed that this passage does not exist. After detailed searches of Galen's vocabulary and the TLG corpus, he called this claim baloney, and Galen says no such thing on Antidotes. The idea of prepubertal semen is internally incoherent within the Hippocratic framework, since the emission of semen marks the onset of puberty when you become a meirakion, before you're ever a neoniskos. This is a direct source-based debunking of Hillman's claim. A rebuttal would require evidence in the form of a citation. Feel free to look for the source. You probably won't find it because it's fabricated. And I'll leave with this. Ryan, just go back to, you got a huge research team, right? On the Soma library, you have people pouring through Greek texts day in and day out to try to find these references that support Ammon. Their entire worldview is based on that. Their whole existence revolves around that. It shouldn't be that hard to vindicate Ammon if he's actually being honest. All I've seen in all of these examples is just dishonesty. But again, I will issue a retraction. Neil will issue a retraction. I will issue an apology. I will apologize for accusing him of making that up. If somebody can just show me where it is. I've actually found it. I found the source that I believe he's referring to. It doesn't say what he says it does, but it has the right constellation of vocabulary. It's in the Theriac ad to Paiso, and Neil and I have already reviewed it. But if anybody can find the specific claim that he's making, I'll issue a retraction and apology. So will Neil. We'll get Vivian Nutton on the record, and it will be a tremendous victory for Ammon and his entire community. Everybody will celebrate and they'll dunk on us. And I will be happy to do that if somebody could just find it and give it to us.
I wouldn't consider it like that. Just be it's like, okay, if you're right or wrong, like you learn something new and it's something like you have a different scope on. It's like, or something like you're finding out. I know it's gotten to that point where both sides are like, oh, we need a win or we need to get something on them. But I wouldn't focus it on being like that. I mean, I'll reach out to, one of the mods and see if I can get a hold of him, because he's rarely on there, himself, actually talking with anyone. Even his daughter is rarely on there. And I don't even get on there every day. I'll just read through some things or whatever someone's posting. I'm not one of those obsessed in a sense of people that gets on it every day. I'm always talking with people. I'll just, throw in something. And again, it's gotten to the point where, both sides have people like that, where they feel either it being Jevem or Ashley or this Fenris Wolf dude, like where they feel like, oh no, you're like, it's just like anything you may say, you're just a cult follower and stuff. And it's like at this point, like there's no point in like saying those things. It's just like ad hominem dumb shit. And like, and I get where people like point the finger at certain things where it's like, hey, you can look further into that if you may feel that way about it, but it doesn't have to be so just bad faith in a sense.
All right, guys. Well,
Like,
thank you
we're
for your
all learning.
time. It's not bad faith.
Yeah.
It's really just I want to be corrected on this. I would love to be corrected on this. So thank you both.
All right, Steven.
Yep.
All right. Bye.
Doc and Pan, thank you for the 2 on Anus Hillman. Appreciate you. Before I let you go, dude, one of the things that you and I were disagreeing about was the whole St. Mary's thing, the investigation by the Catholic Church, and you cited an article that you were like, you want to know all about what happened. You sent me this article, right?
Yeah, that was a few weeks after he got fired.
Yes.
And like, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Article seems to be on his side. I also knew about this article when I first met him. He told me about this article, told me about this whole ordeal. I believed it because I read this article and I was like, wow, he got fired for free speech issues. The Catholic Church was against him because he brought the phallus in and it pissed people off. I was convinced by this. I had no idea, though, that when a couple years after that was in, just let me show you real quick. Let me go back to that one more time. This was in 2016 January, right? A couple years later, he
2019 or 18, 19.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in that what do you call it? Deposition, it actually says right here, after he found out that he was fired as a custodian, he would not be given future contracts as a young professor. Hillman contacted and gave interviews. So Hillman went out of his way and contacted these media companies. The author of that article was a lawyer. Did you know that? The author of that fire article is a lawyer, a free speech lawyer. And information to multiple members of the media, 88, which is
because like he looked for any comments from the
it's right here.
University.
It says the media that he was under investigation by St. Mary's for sexual harassment. The author of the fire article relied on by Hillman as support for his defamation claims, notes that he obtained 2 termination letters. Those termination letters were given to the fire author by Hillman. Similarly, Hillman provided his termination letters and other information of the author of the Star Tribune, Huffington Post articles, which he also bases his defamation claims. Hillman tried to blame his termination on freedom of speech rather than his behavior. And they basically go on to say it wasn't because of freedom of speech. It was because of these 6 girls and boy who gave statements against him for sexually harassing them and stalking them. So this is after that. So that article kind of goes by the wayside if you think about it, right? Don't you think this should be like the primary thing?
That lawyer from the university is saying that they were given 6 statements from 6 individuals, not that because in that they show that or in the article, Hillman was never given like any evidence. They just made their claim on why they fired him, and that's why he thinks that they did it off of what he was trying to write about.
But he still did the sexual harassing stuff, right?
That it's still hearsay. Like the
girls
never.
They were all under oath. These girls and the boy, they're all under oath giving testimony.
They didn't go to court
because
those people didn't go to court for that.
Yeah,
because all this was preliminary stuff. Like, if I'm a lawyer, I can put in there as much stuff on my side to benefit whoever I'm there for.
They're all lying. You're saying that these girls are all lying about Ammon?
No, the lawyer could be. You don't know because they didn't bring anyone forward.
These girls gave quotes. These are testimonies. The boy and the girls, 6 people, all gave statements in this.
In the article.
It's not in the
girl, like the main girl that plays Medea, gave her own quote saying that he never did anything like that.
He never
even the director.
He never touched her, she said.
And the director
She stalked him though. He stalked her though. That's what she said. It's in here.
I don't think it was specifically about her. It's about someone else in the play. Because
Okay, he's
a janitor.
What happened then? Look at it. Hillman was stalking her. Quote. I mean, you're basically. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're basically telling me right now that this person's lying. SL. Right?
Well, we'll never know. I mean, if that's the lawyer making that claim.
So you think this is not the lawyer? This is the case. This is the deposition.
The lawyer writes that. All that is written by the lawyer.
But these are this is
everything you're reading from is from the lawyer from St. Mary's,
though, dude. And they're quotes.
No, because it didn't go anywhere. They still have to prove this. They can make the claim. They can make the claim, but they have to actually provide evidence in the courtroom. They would have to bring in that person.
There was emails in here that were found. Emails. Student received an email.
But you see what I'm saying though? Like where I can put in the deposition against him saying, okay, he's saying that St. Mary's got rid of him for this, but this is the reason why they did.
On October 12th, 2015, NA, one of the victims, emailed Judy Myers, the director of Medea, to tell her that Hillman came to her dorm room that weekend to talk about the play while he was doing maintenance. Hillman likewise emailed Myers about the visit, telling Myers that he found young Medea in her dorm all alone for the weekend. So are they lying about Ammon here? Is that what you're saying?
A lawyer can make up anything.
But this isn't just the lawyer.
They would still have to prove this. They would have to actually show
because there's nothing. He didn't actually grape them. He just was creeping them out. Like he was harassing them and stalking them. He didn't actually do anything.
Right, and that was their grounds for getting rid of him. Other than the dean of the art, whatever, the dean of what was it? He came to the kids saying, or to the class, or that, hey, we're not going to use these specific, imagery, these specific phalluses. That y'all need to change something, and y'all can't question why I'm doing this. And a bunch of the kids went to the director saying hey, we didn't like that he was saying we can't use a certain language or blah blah blah. This was all in October, same time period. And then all he was there to do was just to translate the play. It's not like he was the one that was running the whole play. He just was translating it from the original. And they wanted it word for word, on the way it was done and played out.
What does that have to do with the deposition right here of all these people claiming that he was stalking and harassing them on several occasions? One of them claiming that there was email sent to him, a student saying, if you want it, would you like to wear lingerie? I mean, either they're lying or someone's lying here.
You're talking about the boy?
Yeah, right here. He
emails with a male student asking you.
If he liked to feel the lady's cyclin negligee, would you prefer a garter or a choker? When the student said he preferred the choker, Hillman asked, leather with studs or frilly domestic lace?
I mean, it's it's something weird to say to you, but it's okay, how can I put this? Where it's yes, there is the whole it's weird from a teacher saying that to a student, but I work in construction. My boss says some of the fucking craziest shit you've ever heard in your life. Yeah, he'll ask everyone, y'all get laid this weekend? Do you fuck blah blah? Do you do this? Where it's dude, why are you saying this to us? But can we do anything about it? No, it's just one of those things. Now, do I think it's okay for him to say those things to his students or to that specific man that's, it's not like he's underage. No, he shouldn't have probably said. He probably thought that he was friendly enough with him where he could just ask a silly question like that. Was that bad on his part? Yeah, he should have read the room, I guess, a little better because, you work at a Catholic university. I don't think it's like right, but like if you work somewhere or if you're a teacher somewhere, yes, there should be professionalism.
Right. That's all.
I do
Fair.
yeah, I do think there should be professionalism to it. Now, does it happen every day and where things get like, yeah, it does. Do I think the school was going around looking for reasons like to get rid of him? Most probably like they were. Even though he worked there for a few years, like prior to this, and everyone that or the quotes I read from
it was
people.
his first semester. I thought this was all in one semester. That's what I was told. I could be wrong though. I'm not.
I read he was there for like 3 years.
Really?
Like, and well, where he this was his first semester being involved with the
Medea thing.
The Medea thing.
Okay.
The what do you call that shit? The play, like the
adjunct. He wasn't like a full-time professor anyway, so that might be true. That might be right. Yeah,
because it was based on contract to contract. Like each semester he had, and they didn't have to renew his contract.
Yeah, they didn't have to.
Yeah, they don't like each year. It's just based on because he's part time. He's not. What do they call it on
adjunct?
Yeah, there's another word where like if you've been a professor somewhere for so long, you're on.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot what it's called. But the funny thing about all this is if he never filed
if I was guilty of something like that, like of actually like sexual harassment, I wouldn't go to like the press about it and try to make a big stink about it. And then years later
try to go to defamation.
Yeah, because if
he did
if
it really
put a label, if they put a label on him like for sexual harassment,
he didn't know any of this. If he never did that, he would be scot free. Right now. I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I wouldn't be even involved. You know what I mean? If he never tried to fight back against them, which is very ironic. The thing that he was trying to do ended up being the thing that he was afraid of, which is being defamed. Now he's even worse defamed. Like that's, and by the way, if this person's being chosen by the muse, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look that way. This looks like the exact opposite. It's like someone's being cursed all their entire life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, and I get like the way it looks, but like coming from a deposition point, like a lawyer can put in there as much as they want because like they got off on a stipulation because it was past the 2 years that the state of Milwaukee goes like to like allowing a defamation case to be heard. So they got off on and that was a year and a half into it. Like they drugged it out for like I forget the first month it was, but it ended up being like it was like a little over a year. I went through most of the stuff on the Milwaukee website, but like it says in one of the last, like, I think it's like there's like 28 pages or 38 pages, something like that. It says like, like due to a stipulation on it being longer than 2 years, like they couldn't go further with the case. So he could have gotten this if he would have done it a few years earlier, it would have actually went somewhere. St. Mary's would to have had to have gotten people to come forward and, actually go to trial over this. So, I mean, like if he was trying that long,
you would get for that. It's just harassment and stalking. You're not going to there's really not much that's going to happen. There's no trial.
No, it was over I'm saying this is over the defamation. They were saying he was doing X, Y, and Z. He was saying he didn't. They would have had to have proven in court that he sexually harassed them. But since the stipulation was past the defamation's like limit, the court got the case got dropped.
Yeah.
And that's how I like that's the court's words. That's not mine. It's not my my like idea or how I'm reading it. Like that's what I read.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that there is no defamation. They're saying his case
is past. So like, if I were to say something about you 3 years ago, and you were to say, "Well, look, he's saying this about me 3 years ago," it would be past. If I haven't said anything about you though in 3 years, it would be past the time frame. So like he waited too late to go to try to go to court over it.
Well, there still was a conclusion, though. There still was a conclusion. He lost. That was the. It wasn't just dropped and no one won. Al Hillman lost. Hillman brought defamation.
Well, no, it just didn't go past the preliminary stage.
Yeah, but it also said that Hillman was terminated because he sexually harassed students at St. Mary's, and the truth of his harassment precludes his defamation claims. St. Mary's and Caron asked for summary judgment. So, I mean, that's just the end. That was the end of it. He lost this. I mean, it's pretty clear when you read this that they're like, no, dude, all the evidence is against you. Like, they had good reason for getting rid of you. That's basically what this article says. Or on the article, definition. But
yeah, right there, that first introduction, and then like where it says,
because Helen bases his actions on statements that are true, not defamatory, privileged, or time barred, St. Mary's and Caron moved for summary judgment. Yeah.
Yeah, a defamation case must be brought within 2 years of the alleged defamation state. See the defamatory statement right there. Because they're saying, okay, this happened in this time period, it's past the 2-year window. So they couldn't go any further past that.
Yeah, but if you read the deposition, they're pretty clear that there was no defamation. They're like, no, he really was doing this stuff, and there's all this evidence against him. That's pretty clear.
That's still the lawyers like writing right there, where they're putting all that in there to still make it. And again, it didn't go past like if you go before the judge, like in a defamation case, they're gonna hear what one lawyer say and that one.
The lawyer lied this badly under oath.
Lawyers lie all the time. What are you talking about?
When
the Catholic Church is paying that check.
The way the lawyers don't just lie under oath. There is dishonesty in lawyers, yes. But the way they do it is like they use lawyer speak and they use technical jargon. This is none of that. This is like, boom, this person said this. Boom, this person said that. Boom, this person said this. Boom, here's an email over here. It's like very clear when you read this what's going on. And then on top of that, we know Ammon. We know what kind of guy he is. He's sending Derek emails saying, "Do you look sexy on your video today? Look at your nipples."
Again, if you thought you were friends with someone and you're just joking with them, like,
but that's how he acts.
Okay, it's just like,
but you know that's how he acts. I'm just saying this is how
he's good. Okay, it's just a good. Like, I have friends that just say outlandish weird shit to me, like where it's just like they don't mean it.
Yeah, but
it's just trying to get a rouse out of you.
Probably shouldn't do that to your students, though. That's all.
Like, quit being, sorry, kids out there, quit being gay or whatever. Sorry if I'm offending anyone for saying that nowadays. I know how some people are sensitive.
You're just quoting somebody. That's fine.
It's just, it's not like how when we grew up in the early 2000s, you could say the R word or whatever you wanted to back then. Now people get offended for anything. But thanks, Fenris.
This is another point.
I know you love me.
Talks about the soul sucking and how he likes to go in people's dream great people. This is kind of it's just kind of what he does. Like, it's not like this is not. I don't know. I think we're.
And I get like where you're coming from when you like y'all both are going back and forth at each other. He says you were January 6th, and you're like, what the fuck? No, I wasn't. Like, I was not there supporting it. Like, I'm not a Nick Fuentes or whatever. Yeah. And then it just goes back and forth. I mean, he
was blaming me for the David Hooper thing, dude. That was wild.
Yeah.
Like, I said it
again,
all. Like, it was me and Israel together. Like, I have BB on the phone.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah. He damn, he hasn't updated your studio yet.
Right. Come on, man. Help me out. Anyways, all right. I just wanted to Is there anything else that you wanted to, any sources you wanted to show me or anything or no?
I sent you 2 links about the whole mixing of Murex and like Hembane and Mandrake. Like, you know, the different, like, there's like different reasonings for it. Obviously medicinal ways on why, like, I mean, it kind of touches on like the text from earlier, but it really
This right
like, yeah.
Is
I mean,
there
there's like quotes from people in there. I mean, like, but there's another. I don't know if I can send it.
is this
Here,
the
I have
okay,
to.
so this is the translation of down here? Is that what this is?
I believe. Hold on. Let me.
This is supposed to be about purple? By the way, if anyone's wondering what my channel or my title says, I am going to get to that, the Perseus virgin thing.
At Science dropped $5 super chat. Why are Christians so obsessed with the occult and weird? They are the source of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The modern occult is basically just all the heretics of Christianity. That's what a lot of, I shouldn't say all of it. A lot of it is. I didn't mean to say all of it. A lot of it, though, is just a bunch of Christian heretics leaving Christianity and starting up a new thing, you know. But yeah, thank you for that super chat. Are you still there? Did you freeze?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm on another window. How do you?
So, method of medicine. He talks about medical treatment, struggling against
At
sickness.
Science dropped $5 super chat. Why are Christians so obsessed with the occult and weird? They are the source of it.
Nice. So the anodyne medicines, which are made from the poppy or seed of henbane, the root of mandrake, storax, or anything. I mean, I don't think anyone's denying that these are drugs that are being talked about by medical doctors. I just want to know what does this have to do with like the whole burning purple theory? You know.
Well, like the what I've read about with the Murex is that by itself, if it's not mixed like with specific other liquids or oils, it has a burning sensation to it. But it has to be mixed with something in order for it to have an applicable usage to it. Now, like when he talks about Christing like on your eyes and stuff, like there's many different reasons for like putting like even like the purple dyed wool, they would soak that in a specific type of vinegar to get rid of earache. They would wrap it around your ear, and no, would it turn your ear purple? Because no, it was already a dried out wool, and other things too. Like it, it would get rid of earaches or what's the other reason for it? For eye sores, ulcers. You know, they would wrap your body in it. That's not the Sindone though. Like you know, it's specific usages for it because the chemical property they've like been able to study it nowadays where like the chemical in the ash or the onyx it, that comes from when they make it into a powder can have, you know, it's just different reasons like for like it being used. And then this what you got pulled up is I think this is where he gets the I found this like a long time ago, like where this like the Christos
Well,
and Medea are mentioned in this.
Yeah, but that's just talking about anoint. It's got the it says Dioscorides. Wait, hold on. It says emptied out. This is talking about applying bandages. That's all it's really saying. That's from what I can see. Or maybe some sort
And again,
of
like
yeah. Go ahead.
with the whole Christ and the boy, like, you know, I'm still trying to find like a connection to like, you know, using I guess you could say like a child as like a factory for, you know, getting drugs out of, or like mixing drugs out, like their sweat or whatever the fuck it is, like your their semen and stuff. Like I know like they would use specific sweat for different like honeybees or honey wax and other things, and they would mix it in for like there's a bunch of weird shit they were doing back then. Like, but like it was working, but it's like it doesn't, like he does like stretch certain things where I don't know if he's reading something from the LXX and trying to tie it to Christians and what they were doing, even though Jesus wasn't like technically like a Christian. He was still technically, you know, if he was a practicing Jew, we don't really know. There's no like real proof of that, from my opinion.
Oh no, there was. He first of all, he was crucified, or I'm sorry, crucified. He was circumcised on the 8th day of his birth. So his parents were Jews. And then it talks about him attending Passover and attending
where he got lost, and you know,
so
like, oh, where's my son 3 days later? Like,
yeah, and then he's in the temple talking about all
teaching.
the stuff.
Yeah,
so he's literally Jew, like he practices Judaism. That's like,
I'm saying in his later life, like he's not like, I don't know if he's still practicing like in his later life, like when he, you know, the 3 years that we most know, like that we know the most about him is like, you know, we only know about his birth, his midlife, like when he's like, you know, like a teenage boy, and then his later life when, you know, like,
well, then he talks about how nothing from Moses' law, not one jot and one tittle, will be removed. That sounds like a divine right there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, and like, you know, he's upset with like, he's probably like getting awakened to like, oh, these guys are not practicing like the original faith. Like it's turned into,
he's very critical. He's very critical of
he's very critical.
Yeah.
And like what they're doing and what he's seeing.
I think he's more of an Essene type of Jew. Like he's like outside of it. He's more of an outside temple. Like John the Baptist was like more of an Essene type of guy. I think he was part of that culture. By the way,
they're both very critical.
Yeah, I wanted to give an example of like what I'm seeing happening here. So what he does is he finds a word in a text. I just pulled up this word krusos, which means gold. And what happens is he'll look around at all these words, and he'll look for a word that he likes that's dirty or culty or druggy or anything. And he'll go, look, Poseidon. See, all right, gold and Poseidon are the same thing. It's like, why would that be the case? Like, I don't know, let's find an actual example on here. For example,
instead of like going to like looking for a contemporary source of the time period of someone talking about the same thing, or like,
you can do that. If you want, like, so for example, A is one of the usages. That means all the sources in here are using it in the same context. So
right.
You can if you want it to be, you could say, oh, Herodotus uses it for this, and he uses it for this, and they're all within A. The lexicographer then says, number 2.
This is the contextual difference depending on the time period and what it's being used for.
Exactly.
Like, but when the language does change.
It does,
but it doesn't tell you that when you're reading this. It's not saying, okay, this is, you know, 100 BC and this is like, you know, 300 AD time period. Like, it's not telling you. You got to figure that out.
Yeah.
But again, like I get, like, it's like,
look at this, right?
You're going off of what he's teaching. I mean,
so koilos,
or what he's telling you.
Koilos is one of these blue words that shows up on the thing, and I can go, what is a krusos? It's a koilos. It's a koilos. And I can say that. It's the same thing he does. But when you go to koilos, what is a koilos? Well, it means cavity.
Yeah.
It means cavity. So it's like, does gold equal cavity because the word koilos is in the lexicon? No. The reason why it's in here is because the phrase that's used in this source is koilos arguros.
Yeah, the description of it.
Yeah, so basically somebody wrote in the cavity and gold.
Mm-hmm. In their mouth, they had gold or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, gold in the cavity. Yeah, and then so that's one of the examples. I can go
or
to.
If it's like cavity, like in a like whatever, like a fucking, what do they call it? A cave. There's a cavity in the cave. There's gold in it, or
Gold
something
in the
like
cave,
that.
right? That's probably what it means. So you could see how gold being inside of a cave doesn't mean gold equals cave.
Right.
That's what he's doing though. So another example is let's see. Let's find another example in here. Estes. Let's go to Estes. Click on Estes. And what is Estes? Estes is just clothing or garment. So does gold equal clothing or garment? No. But look at collectively clothes, right? And I can go, oh, now I can click on this one and go to walls. And then I can click on the walls and I could go, oh, look over here. Now all of a sudden I'm in a different translation of a different word. And look at, this is perfect. I didn't even do this on purpose. This is a guess. Mm-hmm. And look at, some were even walled up in the temple of Dionysus and left to die. And now I can say, every time you find the word gold, it means to be left in the temple of Dionysus and left to die. Every time you find that word gold, it means to be left in the temple of Dionysus. And that's what he's doing. That's what it looks like. Okay. So I don't know. That's just my thoughts on it.
Look at, like, recently, like I found like the word onyx. Like we kind of briefly like talked about earlier, like ONYX. Like the way we think of onyx today, we think of what, a stone, right? Or like a black stone or something. But like back then, it was just a description for like a pharmaceutical use of something.
Yeah.
Like, or like be like ashes, like to the point where if you don't know that, like reading into it, you just think like, oh, well, that's just, it's just like, is that, you're talking about stones? Like, no, there's a medical. No, they didn't use stones for medicine. Well, some stones, like you could, I guess, technically. Yeah. But if you don't look further into like the description, like why they're calling it onyx, again, the language changes. Like, or at least how, like, what's a good example for like modern day? I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Like a word that used to mean something 100 years ago.
Yeah,
we're gay.
It means something. Yeah,
we're gay. The word gay used to mean happy.
Yeah, happy,
and now it means homosexual.
Yeah, and even like back then, they didn't even have a word for homosexual back then.
But that's a perfect example of 2,000 years from now. There could be another Alvin out there who takes the word gay in modern times and the word 2000 in the 2000s, and then retroactively traces it back to Shakespeare. And then
we're going back to the original, the original meaning.
Shakespeare would be like Attic Greek, and American would be like Koine, common. It's almost a perfect comparison. And you can go into the Koine and look for these usages of a certain word, and then trace it back to it means, Shakespeare is all about butt sex. It's like, because he uses the word gay all the time.
Exactly. I mean, like with modern English, people are like, "Oh my God, this is some homoerotic stuff," but they'll be using completely different terminology by then. That's just it's.
Well, you see it then. At least you see it. That's good. But I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming on. I won't be so hard on you from now on. I respect
it. Again, like it's like through a keyboard, you may be thinking like I'm like coming after, like I'm trying to engage most of the time, and it's hard to, I guess I have to do like a brief announcement, like, hey, look, I'm doing that, just have to engage. I'm not trying to like piss people off, but like a lot of people get pissed off for like no reason, and it's like, okay, I'm not even attacking you or like anyone else. It's just like sometimes like even like his chats can sometimes like go off the fucking rails, and like it's like no one has control of it. I know you don't have control of it. That's why like you have like moderators like in there and stuff, but even they may have a special hate for anyone that remotely says anything different. You know,
Underscore Danny B's dropped $2 super chat. Words are built on meaning, connotations, context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up the whole butterfly example, which went over a lot of people's heads apparently, because as I'm trying to tell people, you don't translate butterfly. You read the context and you go,
yeah,
oh, it's talking about an insect that's flying around. It's an insect. Because you
right.
can't be able to tell by looking at the
like,
word butterfly by itself. You would have to read the context of this. Is like the Neoniscos is a prime example of that. When a Neoniscos is being written about in all the text, every single source, it's always a man of military age or something like that, maybe 15 or something like that, 15 to 30 or something like that.
The one thing I get, I guess not like I look into more is like for even modern day Hebrews, when the boy turns into a man, it's at his bar mitzvah, right?
Yeah, you there?
Right.
Yeah.
So
12 years old,
and that's around 13 to 14 years old.
Yeah.
So like in a Hebrew description, like when a boy becomes a man, it would be before he is 13. Like he would be a prepubescent boy.
Well, it's like right at the time where they're going through puberty, pretty much. But yeah,
right. And if you want to separate the Greek and the Hebrew on the descriptions, I know like everyone's like reading like from like the Bible when it comes to the Neoniscos thing. Even like the Greek description and the different Neoniskon and all the other types, or Pides, like where there's that word for a child, like going to the root of it, it's still like, okay, if Jesus, or if the writers of the Greek Bible at the time period, if they're going off of like describing how old the boy or the young man was that was with Jesus in the garden, well, we still got to look at it like, well, what did they still consider back then as like a man becoming, or a boy turning into a man? Was it around 13 to 15 years of age, or was it older, like in the 20, like all of Jesus' disciples, all of them but one had to pay the temple tax.
Yeah,
or sorry, none of them had to, but one.
But that just brings them under 20. That doesn't make
right.
you best in children.
I'm just saying, like, that is an example of like the temple tax was only for adults, per se. But even like a tax collector, technically Matthew, he started being a tax collector when he was a boy, and then went because he was smart for his age in the temple and blah blah blah. And they took him out of like the temple learning Torah and all that, and then they made him a tax collector because he was so good with math. So it's like
Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah, he's a tax collector, so he'd be like. You think that makes him
even a boy could be a tax collector? He could have you could have a job as like as a boy back then, like which most people, I guess, back then did.
Yeah, I don't know if
for the family.
I don't know if a tax collector is going to be under 15 years old though, or maybe like a 17, 18, 19-year-old. But I don't know. That's
who knows?
A very serious job. Like that's going to take somebody who's very mature, who knows people, and like is established. You're not tax collecting at 10 years old.
No,
happening.
No. Oh, but like, they just how Bible scholars like they write it like as in like he was very ahead of his age with his studies, and like he was very smart, and then they took him out of the priest.
Talking about Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew. I'd have to find it. I don't have it on me.
I've never seen that before, where he was advanced for his age. Huh. Whatever. I'll like to see it though. If you have it. What was the other one I was about to bring up? Oh, the idea that Hebrew didn't exist. That Septuagint's whatever. The Septuagint's the original. We can put that aside for now. But the idea that Hebrew didn't even exist, or that the word or Israel didn't. I've heard I heard Madalena say Israel, the word Judea, the word Israel, the word Hebrew didn't exist until the Septuagint.
Wait, who's that guy on? I think his name it's Yosef. He goes on History Valley. He has the glasses. He does a lot of research into that stuff. I forget his like he's a professor.
Jonathan,
I think Jonathan Adams.
He doesn't say that his Hebrew doesn't exist or that
Israel, no, he doesn't say it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But he says that that from his like work or like the study of like where I'm just using it as an example of him saying around 300 to around the Hasmonean time period is when you see practicing Jews become more prevalent.
Yeah, everyone agrees. But that's another example of Ammon taking something that's true, which is Judaism is a product of the Hellenistic, post-Hellenistic period, and then adding a whole bunch of shit on top of it, which is that Hebrew didn't even exist. It's like that's crazy. We have actual Hebrew text from the Iron Age.
Well, I think we doesn't really expand upon like he tries to point out that there's
I've talked to about this. He tries to say that
a majority of it is of all Hebrew texts is just religious focus.
Like that's the surviving Hebrew text is mostly Hebrew. Very, very rarely anything outside of it. That is true, but that still doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't. What's the name of Scythian text? Can you name a Scythian text?
I mean, yeah.
But does that mean Scythian didn't exist? You know what I mean? And there's inscriptions in Scythian we can point to that proves it existed. It's the same thing for Hebrew.
Like, but with the Scythians, like, I can make a wild guess. Like, if they obviously knew some cuneiform for the time period and
different groups,
Ugaritic, like where it's like it was very.
By the way,
it was vast in that time period.
1208 BCE. This source mentions Israel. Israel was laid waste. So Madalena saying that the word Israel didn't exist until the Septuagint, she's off by 1,000 years almost. 1,000 years. That's flat Earth shit, dude. You might as well be a flat Earther. I could keep going. This stele that mentions Judea.
Merenptah stele.
You got the Tel Dan stele, right? Tel Dan stele, which mentions. Look at this. Here's the text. Here's what it looks like, and then here's the translation. Is basically the house of David. Israel's laid waste. Israel is mentioned here. House of David's mentioned here, right? This is 9th century BC. So like, well, what kind of flat earth shit are you guys on? Saying that there's no mention of, here's another one right here. 840 BCE. 840 BCE. What does it say? It says, here's the text. And by the way, people will look at this and go, that's Phoenician. Yeah, it's the same alphabet. It's the same alphabet.
Yeah.
They use it. Modern Hebrew uses a modern alphabet. That's not biblical Hebrew or ancient Hebrew. It's not that the language is different. It's the text that the alphabet they're using is different. Script and language are two different things. That Joshua kid didn't know that. I mean, that's very embarrassing not knowing the difference between script and language. But here's what it says: I am Mesha. My father ruled over Moab for this many years. Now is Omri, king of Israel. There's a third text that I just showed you that mentions Israel. So the idea that Israel didn't exist or that Judea is not mentioned, that's just all based. And look, this is written in Paleo Hebrew script. It's Hebrew. It's the form of Hebrew that existed in the time period before we get to biblical Hebrew, which is be later. You know what I mean?
Which they were basically like a governorate of the time period under Egyptian rule at that time period.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It would be like, if I live in Tennessee, but I got a governorate in Maine, but it's still part of the United States. It's like
Puerto Rico.
Controlled it.
Like Puerto Rico
Yeah.
has its own government. They do their own thing,
their
but
own language.
the hub of the United States. They're part of
Right.
our economic system. That's the best way to.
And the only times what I've seen in like history is when a big group tries to go against, like the overlords. They do try to like wipe them all out, like just wipe them clean, like get them the fuck out of here. Could that have happened like several times over history, and like some of their language like was like still like safe and like kept somewhere? Yes. Is there not a lot of it? No. Like, there's barely anything. But like that can still happen. I mean, we just don't know enough from the archaeology that they've been able to do. Like there's a guy, oh, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. He's another guy from Israel that
At
Yeah,
Jimmy
oh
Roy
my God.
187 dropped $20 super chat. True Gnosis.
Thank you for the super chat, Jim. Appreciate you. You're talking about Gad Barnea or
no, not yet.
Israel Finkelstein?
Israel Finkelstein, yeah. Israel Finkelstein. Like I've watched a lot of his stuff, and like where he looks at it from an archaeological standpoint, what we've been able to find, and not attach biblical stuff to it, like as the Bible is like history word for word. Like he knows like there's like some stretching of the truth in there, like when it comes to like them being able to conquer the land of Canaan, or King David being able to like conquer that area and like smite out all the different tribes and stuff. Like there's just no proof of it, or there's like some places it was already burnt to the ground, and then later,
look at this one.
Later,
look at this one. Hebrew, and this is actual Hebrew, right?
Mhm.
I actually saw this with my own eyes. I went down in the David Tunnel. It's called the Siloam Tunnel. It's fucking crazy.
Was
dude.
it cold down there?
Oh my God. And it's all your feet are in water. See, that's water down there. You have to wear sandals. It's all, and you have to, it's like a mile walk underground like this.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
couldn't
all
imagine
dark.
digging that out back then.
Yeah, I actually got video of this right here. That stone right there. I was
Oh,
down
damn.
there. But look at this. It's actually a Hebrew inscription from the 8th century BC. And like, what is Ammon's response to this? I don't know. He's going to say it's fake or something. I don't know what they never talk. They don't address it. They just like him and Maddie just say shit like flat earthers do. They'll just say shit and they don't care about the evidence. The evidence goes against you. I mean, this is like the end. You just say Hebrew doesn't exist. This just debunks.
I think
period.
For the time period, it's not like it didn't exist, but it was like for the wealthy class. Like they knew more about it than like the lower classes. Like
Yeah,
in most,
of course.
like even in Egypt, it's not like everyone.
Nobody's
in
right. Yeah,
Egypt
who are writing
that
are
like was
highly educated, highly elite back in the
yeah, people that could read and write this stuff or know about it. There's even like the whole esoteric thing or the Kabbalist, view to it, like where this comes from Zoroastrian, I guess you could say like Zoroastrian history from like Iraq, and it came over there. Like the Babylonians knew what they were doing. Like they knew to take the upper class and take them to Babylon after the destruction of the first temple. Like they knew what they were doing because they were going to indoctrinate them. Because when they got sent back, eventually, usually it's like they changed over time. I mean, like it's going to change.
This is another one from the 7th century called Katef
Yeah.
Hino. Now, this is the closest thing you're going to find to an actual Bible quote from before the
Oh,
Hellenistic.
that little silver, little piece of silver amulet.
Now, a lot of people will even say, they'll dishonestly say this is a Bible manuscript. It's not. It's close.
No.
It's not. The Bible didn't exist yet. But it does have, and this is to be fair, it does have a blessing.
Protection spell.
Yeah, it has a blessing from a Yahweh blessing that's found in later biblical texts, such as Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Nehemiah. That is true. So you can
it's
say,
a protection spell.
you can technically say there's a verse from, or there's a an ancient Iron Age Yahweh blessing that ends up in a verse in the Bible, and we have it. That's true. It does mention Yahweh, and it is in Hebrew too. This is a Hebrew text. So I don't know. It's like there's just tons of things I can point to that the idea that Hebrew didn't exist is just kind of nonsense. Paleo Hebrew just means not modern Hebrew. It just means older. It means proto. It means like It's like the Hebrew before the biblical Hebrew, and it's the biblical Hebrew is the Hebrew before modern Hebrew.
Yeah.
Or I guess there's like also Talmudic Hebrew.
The modern script is not gonna look like
it's just
it's even like
it's identical to Phoenician. It really is.
When you look at Old English compared to today, like it does not look the same because it's just there's more cursive to it and stuff. Where it's that's just more.
What people will do is they'll say, "Oh, it's Hebrew's fake. This is just Phoenician." This is like what someone like Josh will say because he doesn't know what he's talking about. But that's not true. This uses the same alphabet as Phoenician, but if you know how to read it, you'll notice big difference.
Translate it
between Tyrian, which is Phoenician, or Punic, which is Carthaginian, and you'll notice that their syntax is a little bit different. They even have a little bit different. They have pretty much the same vocabulary, but the grammar is a little different. The syntax is a little different. It's not the same language. It's using the same script. So that's why people like Josh who don't know any better will go, it's all fake. It's just Phoenician, man, because they don't know the difference between script and language are two different things. That would be like me saying that Etruscan is the same as Phoenician, because if you look at the Etruscan alphabet, it's pretty much identical to Phoenician. It's almost the same thing. It's got a few different, you know what I mean?
A few different line differences on things.
But if you can read Etruscan,
pictorial difference.
Yeah, if you can read Etruscan, though, you'll know it's an Indo-European. It's not an Indo-European language, but it's not a Semitic language either. It's in its own category. It's completely different than Phoenician. It has nothing in common with Phoenician. But look at this. Here's the Phoenician, right? Look at even the old Greek looks like Phoenician because it's the same alphabet. Look at the Etruscan. You can see it's the same alphabet. They're all using the same alphabet that came from these Phoenician traders. And then people will go, no, Cadmus was a Greek. So it's like, dude, forget about Cadmus. Forget about your mythology. Forget about all that text. What is the evidence on the ground? The oldest Phoenician inscription goes back to like 1200, I think it is. Look at this. Look at this.
Like 13, yeah.
Ahiram sarcophagus, 1000 BC. And you can see it. You can see it's Phoenician. Look at that. It's not Greek. And I'll ask the Greek supremacist people, the mother Greek people, right? Where is the Greek inscription from 1000 BC? It doesn't exist. There's no Greek inscription until like 800 BC, 200 years later. That's the first time you find Greek in the alphabet. Before that, it's linear B. Linear B is how they wrote Greek down. They did not invent the alphabet. Now, that doesn't mean that the Greeks had nothing to do with the alphabet, because the Phoenicians that are
the same like area,
the Phoenicians that are creating this alphabet are doing it so that they can trade with the Greeks. So the Greeks are like our symbiotic relationship with the creation of the alphabet. Anyways, you can see the Phoenician inscriptions are very, very old. Actually, I don't think this is the oldest one. I think there's a few that go back before this. I'm pretty sure. So, like, I think I could probably find one over here. Yeah, look at this. So this is Punic, Palmyrene, Phoenician, Athenian Greek, Phoenician bowls. Yeah, I don't know. This is not in order for some reason, but yeah, you get my point, right? Like when you, this is not me wanting. If I had my choice, see, I don't have a preference when it comes to the evidence. I don't go, I want this one to be true, so I'm gonna go find evidence for it. I just want to know the truth. That's it. I don't care.
Mhm.
What is this? I've never seen this before. This is new to me. Oh shit! Look at this. It's got Egyptian and Phoenician on it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I never. This is my first time ever seeing this. Oh, Sorkon bust. I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to read this. Look into this.
Pull it up. I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see my screen right now. My bad. Oh,
You're
I've
good.
been flipping through pages this whole time and no one's been seeing it. My bad. Hold on a second.
Very good.
So this is the Osorkon bust, and it's from 900 BC. And if you look at it, it's got some hieroglyphs on here, and then it's got Phoenician over on the side.
Oh wow,
that's pretty.
Damn.
But I was showing was
the Sorkon. Okay.
First I was showing this. This is an actual Phoenician inscription. This is what it looks like, and you can see it. You can see it right here. See it?
What's crazy is they got these beautiful. What I always love is like they got these beautiful like sculptures, but they got shitty writing.
I know. Yeah,
it's like which I know some of the sculptures and stuff they're supposed to tell like a story too most of the time.
Yeah,
but like
because it's hard to write. Oh, here we go. Proto-Biblian script. This might be the oldest one. Yeah, see, look at this. This is what I'm trying to show people. You had these Phoenicians. Now that looks like, if you look at this and compare it to Linear B, they look very similar. But you can see the people that live in Byblos.
That was in Beirut.
Yeah, it's right, Byblos. It's near Beirut. It's in Phoenicia. They were already putting together scripts in 1800 to 4 in this period, probably 1500 BC.
Damn,
and it looks like this. It's like halfway in between hieroglyphs and what you call Phoenician. Like you could start to see the letter M.
Let's see.
Yeah, you see letter
14.
T. Yeah, you can see the different.
Yeah, that was Egyptian rule too at that time, or right around there. I guess you could say like
they were the powerhouse.
If it's before 1400, that would be the when Egypt got taken over for a brief time.
Yep, look at this Byblos syllabary. And you can see it's got the ion, which where we get the word I from. Literally, ion comes from I. You can see it has like weird looking Ankh symbols, but then you can also see like the letter M. That becomes it might not be hard to. It might not be. It looks more like C, but this actually does become the letter
like
M.
a lightning bolt.
Yeah, all they do is they light the line and bring it down. It becomes an M. There's a couple other ones. There is I think that's a T, right? TS, yeah. There's a few of them in here. Look at this S, but it looks like an F backwards. Same symbol. Same symbol, but it comes.
That one the one above it.
This one?
To the right. That looks weird. Yeah. What is that for? Damn.
It's for a T, I guess. It almost looks like a T upside down, though, underneath it. But yeah, over time, these all get changed. They all get like remodeled, reshaped, and they become our alphabet. And you can see there's way more than 22 here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80.
It looks like what people write on their incantation bowls nowadays.
Yeah. And then this becomes so first you get Byblos script, and then I think there's like another one in between Phoenician and I'm pretty sure Proto-Sinaitic. Yeah, some people suggest that this comes next, Proto-Sinaitic, but I don't know. Some people say this might just be the same thing. Because the only reason why they say it's different is because they found it in the Sinai region. So they wanted to classify it as Proto-Sinaitic. But I think it's just the same thing as the Byblos script. And I think the next thing after this was Phoenician.
And its parent system is
Egyptian, yeah. It's all comes from Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like that time period, like it was ruling or trading most definitely that that area, that time. I mean, anything before 1400, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
I'm trying to see if I can find another
The
one.
Hiram sarcophagus, is that
This?
what time? The Hiram sarcophagus?
This one? Oh, that's the
Yeah,
1000 BC.
how old is?
1000 BC.
No, that's around. Yeah, that's around. And that was Oh, that's Hiram Abiff. That's the guy that King Solomon apparently got. His cedar from the cedars of Lebanon.
This is the same. Isn't that funny how the people in the Bible who are historical are not the main characters, but the characters that are talking to the main characters?
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Like this, because this was 1000 BC. This would be the time of David. This would be the time of David. So this is a real king from the time of David.
And he's also the guy who the Freemasons like base one of the degrees off of too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they love the what's his name, the builder guy,
Hiram Abiff.
Yeah, you could see. Look at this one. Ready for this one?
He's the master of the Masons. Like he's the master builder.
Yeah, this is from 935 BC. Also, it's very old, and it's got Phoenician and Egyptian on it. But check this one out. Ready?
Shishonk.
This one right here is one of my
Shishonk. However you say it.
Yeah,
Shishonk. Shishonk should have been the same time period as King Solomon.
Right.
So
same with this one too. Yehi-Melech. Now Yehi-Melech. I don't know if people. I think there's some people who think this is Yahweh, but I don't know if it is. I'm not sure exactly what the name means, but you can see how it says. This is a temple that Yehi-Melech, because Melech means king, and I guess. But the problem is that H is not actually H. It's so it's like Yehi-Melech. It's not the same words as Yahweh. It means something else. I forget. Someone explained it to me, and it was like it made sense. It's not Yahweh. It's a different word. But the reason why I brought this up is because right here it says Melech, king, Siddiq, just Melchizedek. He's called Melchizedek. He's literally called Melchizedek. And you can see there's a space between. You might go, oh, there's a space between. No, it's not. Not on the text. It's literally Melchizedek in one continuous. He's literally called Melchizedek. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is.
So
I mean, and he's like at the beginning of Abraham's story. So
yeah, in the same region too, that same area in the north.
Yeah, on that I forget which mountain. I think it's Mount Carmel, or one of the mountains up there.
Yeah, something like that. Where is this one? What's the date of this one?
And there's like the order of Melchizedek, which is like a Chaldean, ritual rite order or whatever.
Pretty much. This is another one right here. Royal Necropolis of Byblos. So there's all these. They go back to.
Unfortunately, they just got the shit bombed out of them recently too.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. My friend lives over there too.
All that history is just like getting this.
Yeah, my friend from Lebanon was the first person that really got me to go, holy shit, dude. Israel's fucked up, dude. That's he lives over there, so he's always showing me
shit. Did you
shit.
go over there when you visited?
What's that?
Did you get to go over into Lebanon at all?
No, I saw the border.
No.
I saw the border of Lebanon when I was up there.
Okay.
And Syria as well. But I never went.
Syria's got a lot of temples there too. I mean,
Syria.
They got a ton of really sick temples there.
Yeah.
That haven't been destroyed either yet.
I forgot to read this super chat. Neil, did the Crusades split into different groups after war? Yeah, they did.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Yeah. Like when they the one I can think of on the top of my head, I think it's the Fourth Crusade. When they go to Constantinople and they're all like, Emperor reporting for duty. What do you want us to do? He's like, all right, go and get these Muslim lands and bring them back to the crown. And then they all just go and take their own lands and just say,
they're like, nope, fuck it, we ain't going back.
And the Franks
make tired.
The Germans make their own kingdom. The British make their own. Well, they weren't the British. They were the
Normans.
Normans.
The Normans.
They all just build their own kingdoms out there, and nobody gave a shit. They all just took what they wanted. So
they were like
story. So yeah, the answer.
And then he had to pay them. He's like, "What are y'all doing?" Like he had to go pay them to rejoin.
The Byzantines are the saddest empire ever.
Yeah,
it's just like such a sad thing that happened to them. Nobody gave them any respect. All the Christians, they were all Catholics, so they didn't care. They're like, you guys are Orthodoxy. That's weird. That's weird.
Eastern Orthodoxy. I mean, like, really, it's like a good point, like to like the schism of like separating is like it had to do with like land and like title, and I mean, the Vikings were like, a lot of people. When I talk to people about the Crusades, they don't know that majority of the Crusaders were technically Vikings. Like a lot of people don't realize that. Like a majority of them, like they were new Christians wanting to go fight and get plunder and
that's really
fight and fuck.
Especially the Normans, the Normandies, the Norman kingdoms. I mean, those are the same people. Like they're the same. They're the North. They're actually Norse. They're like in between Norse, Viking, and Franks, basically. Franks or whatever. Franks. I said Franks.
And then you have the Anglo-Saxons like joining, Richard the Lionheart. Technically, he was never English. Like he was French. One of the big crusades. I think it was the third one. I can't remember. Third or the fourth. That time period is like when he went and joined, and all that whole deal.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah. But no, they never stuck together. I mean, like they were just the few at the top of the Night Crusaders, the Night Hospitallers that kind of like stuck together. But even then, they had their own different factions like within themselves.
Yeah, that's another thing is you hear about the Christianity unified Europe. It's like, did it though?
No,
they're pretty. They were always kind of fighting over which was the true Christianity.
Even that time period, like Spain was all Muslim, and there were crusades in Spain, and all the crusades just didn't happen in like the Middle East. Like it was all over Europe,
right?
Like even in like northern Ukraine and stuff. Like they were not just one area
over there, where the Turks were invading on so
where Vlad the Impaler gets like his whole history from is like having to do with all that, the Pope wanted like his lands, and like the Turks were like no, like
we couldn't fuck with them for some reason. Anyways, but yeah, I'm glad you came on, and next time I do one of these, and maybe we'll have another discussion at that time.
Yeah, and I'll. I only had like so much time to I had gotten a few things. We didn't really go over anything I had brought, that's why it took me so long to get on. Like I don't want to just come on with like nothing prepared.
No, that's fine.
But next time I'll have it. No, I'll have a step to like go over to like looking like the medical side of things.
Put sources together, and then we'll set something up. I'm down for that.
Yeah, and I'll send you like an email or something like that way you can have it on your side. I don't have to just upload it in like the secret chat that we have.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the conversation.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Have a good one, bud.
See you. There we go. All right. He was a nice guy. Nice guy. Glad he came on. I respect that. I always have respect for people that come on and, duke it out a little bit. Now you're probably wondering, Neil, what is up with your title? What do you mean Perseus is virgin? We didn't talk about that at all, dude. What are you, 3 hours in? Exactly 3 hours in. I just checked. You're right. I have some sources that I think are very exciting. Just as I'm working on my book, I continue to kind of come on here and show you guys what I'm finding, because one of the things that comes up a lot in early Christianity is the idea that the virgin birth is something that only happens in the Gospels and is very unique to Christianity. In fact, Bart Ehrman, speaking of Bart Ehrman, we were talking about him before, Bart Ehrman did a whole course. Yes, you heard me right. He did a whole course. And what is the course about? Virgin births. Let me see. This is one of his blogs. So here we go. Let me share my screen. Bart Ehrman, this is in 2015, but it was a couple years ago. It was like, before 2023, maybe 2022. He did a course where he talked about virgin birth. I think it might be on my channel, actually. Let me see if I can find it. I might have talked to him about this on my channel. Let me just see if I can find it, and I'll play it, and then I'm going to debunk it. And I got to use the bathroom real quick too, so hopefully I can play this out. Yes, virgin births, Bart Ehrman. So this is a course that I promoted, and I don't buy this course, by the way. If you're watching this is a waste of money. Don't buy this course. And I can't believe I even sold this thing.
Who are trying
but anyways,
to defeat
we're going to debunk
movement.
it right now.
$5 to win a Senate majority.
So I'm just going to play a couple minutes of this, and I'll be right back, and we're going to debunk it. So listen to what Bart says, and we'll debunk this.
Religions certainly have emphases of some people who are born of a divine being and a human being. And as an example, in the ancient world, Apollonius of Tyana was understood. He's a philosopher. He's not particularly a religious leader, but he was understood that he was miraculously born, that a god caught his mother pregnant, and he could do miracles and heal the sick and cast out demons and raise the dead and ascended to heaven when he died. And so it's a very similar story to Jesus. And so the idea that you could have a figure, and also in Greek and Roman mythology, some of the demigods, like Heracles or Hercules, is kind of half god because his father is Zeus or Jupiter. You find a lot in Greek and Roman mythology, but you also find it with historical figures. I mean, Plato, the philosopher Plato, is Pythagoras, the philosopher Pythagoras, Alexander the Great. I mean, these are people who said that their parents actually were divine beings. Chapter 7, verse 14, a young woman is conceived and will bear a son, and you'll call his name God is with us. The Hebrew word is Alma. The woman is called an Alma, which is just a word for a young woman. But the word doesn't mean virgin. It doesn't mean a woman who's never had sex. There's a different Hebrew word for that, Bethula. And Isaiah doesn't say that. When the Greek translators of the Old Testament translated the passage, they used a word that can mean young woman, Parthenos. When Matthew is writing his account of Jesus' birth, he's using the Greek translation, and he uses Parthenos, and he thinks that it means woman who's never had sex.
All right, so he does a course. Going to be at this course. You guys need to sign up for this course. Links in. Ugh, you hear me? You guys need to sign up for this course. No, you don't. Don't do it. 2022 December. Okay, so look at this. On December 14th, I'll be giving a one-off remote lecture called Q&A: The Other Virgin Births in Antiquity. So I was thinking, oh, and this is why you can hear I'm so excited about this. Oh, he's going to talk about other virgin births. It turns out this whole thing was a fast one. I'm not kidding. Listen how crazy this is. The course was about how there are no other virgin births but Jesus. He sold that. He charged you money. He charged people money to tell them that only Jesus was born of a virgin, no one else. So it says right here, you can see it says the other virgin birth. This will not be connected with blog per se, but other venture. Hold on a second. He says Jesus is decidedly conceived by a virgin in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. This is better called a virginal conception. And I'll explain the difference between the ideas of virgin conception, virgin birth, perpetual virginity, immaculate conception, all very different ideas. But for the sake of convenience, I'll simply refer to Jesus' conception and birth as virgin birth. And then he says, since, I don't know, the 19th century, there have been people who claim that virgin births were common in the ancient world. You can find that claim widely today, still among those called mythicists. So this whole thing was about mythicism the whole time. And I was pretty upset. I was like, kind of like, what? I was pissed about this. And I still am. Those who think Jesus didn't exist but was a myth, one of the most common claims is that there were numerous other divine men in Jesus' day who were, in fact, almost every respect. Now, that's true. He's right. There are mythicists out there who say all these gods are born of a virgin. They all had 12 disciples. They all were crucified. That's bullshit. However, the idea that virgin births are exclusive to Christianity is straight up nonsense. All right, so the first source we have to look at, and where it all kind of comes from, is actually, believe it or not, from a Christian source, from Justin Martyr himself. And I'm going to go to Justin Martyr, wherever I have him in my notes, somewhere right here. In his first apology, and I'm just reading a translation here. It's not that important to read the Greek right now. But the sources that I'm going to pull up, we're going to see the original Latin and original Greek, because I want to show you why he thinks there's no virgin births and why there is. Now, I will admit this. The idea of a virgin birth, where the text explicitly says this woman was a virgin and then she gave birth without any sex, that is a rare thing. But it's actually not as rare as you think when you look at texts where there's a miraculous birth and the woman is a perpetual virgin, such as Isis. So Isis, or Io, the goddess Io, is always described as not always, but she's very often, one of her epithets is Parthenos, the virgin. And she gives birth to a divine child called Epaphras. I've talked about it on my channel over and over and over again. But what you never find in that text, you never find a Greek text or a Latin text that says Io the virgin, as Io was a virgin, and then she got impregnated by Zeus through a miracle and then gave birth. That doesn't happen. It's very subtle. It's kind of like it's just something that people just like kind of understood her to be, because it does describe light coming down from heaven or from the sky, and Zeus lays hands on her and she becomes pregnant with Epaphras. But the text doesn't say she was a virgin and now she's conceiving. It doesn't say that. It's implied. It's not explicit, and that's fair for Bart to point that out. However, I found another source. I'm going to show you guys right now. So Justin Martyr says this. He says, moreover, the Son of God is yet on account of his wisdom is worthy to be called Son of God. And he says, he goes through all these different Asclepius, physician, Bacchus, after he'd been torn limb from limb, ascended to heaven. Hercules committed himself to the flames to escape his toils. He goes on and on about all these different sons of gods who are miraculous, died, resurrected, whatever. And then he says over here, and even if we affirm that he was born of a virgin, accept this in common with what you accept of Perseus. And for a long time, and I think I even asked Bart about this when I talked to him. And he said, we don't know what he meant by that. We don't know. There's no sources that say this. And I thought that was the case for a long time. I left it alone. Kind of just put the case closed for a little bit, right? Not recently, though. So the reason why people say that, before I even show you my source, the reason why people say that is because when you actually go to the main myth of Perseus, which is Apollodorus, and he's also, Perseus is also mentioned in Hesiod, but Apollodorus's library is usually the main source for the story. And I'll show you what I mean. It says, when Arcesius inquired of the oracle of how he should get male children, the god, talking about Apollo, said that his daughter would give birth to a son who would kill him. Seems to be based on the Pherecydes in his second book, Scholius. Anyways, so He gets an oracle from Apollo, Arceus, the king. He gets an oracle that says his daughter will give birth to a child who will kill him. So fearing that, Arceus built a brazen chamber underground, and there guarded Danaë. Now, I know it doesn't say she's a virgin. However, most people know that she is a virgin. But it's fair to point out this is not an explicit virgin birth narrative. So then it says she was seduced, as some say, by Proteus, whence arose the quarrel between them. However, wink, wink. This is like the author telling you that's what people say, that she was seduced. However, others say, wink, wink, Zeus had intercourse with her in the shape of a stream of gold, which poured through the roof into Danae's lap. So it says, see this word right here? Metamorphothes. So and Zeus in a metamorphosis, ace into gold, cruson. So Zeus's metamorphosis into gold, and then it says diates or a face ace to Danae, and to the lap, through the lap of Danaeus, right? And colpos, lap right here, colpos, into her colpos, which could mean lap or it could be her insides. So Zeus has intercourse with her. It literally says that. It says Zeus has intercourse with her. So that's not a virgin birth, right? That's what people say. It's not a virgin birth. It's a miraculous birth, but they'll go, that's case closed. They'll say, we don't know what Justin Martyr meant by this. Maybe he meant miraculous birth and said virgin birth, but there is no virgin birth. Wait a minute. I'm blowing the whistle on you guys right now. I found a fragment. From a rare tragedian who you might not have even heard of. This guy right here, Navius. This guy Navius lived, I want to say, in like 250 BC. Gnaeus Navius. Let me show you guys who this is real quick before I read this. Now, this is in fragments. So we don't even know what the full text says, but I have enough in here to show you guys. Here we go. Gnaeus Navius. He lived from 270 to 201 BC. And he wrote an old Latin, archaic Priscian Latin, dude. This is super rare, dude. Super rare shit. I mean, this is before Carthage was conquered. This is when Rome was just a city. It wasn't even they didn't even control all of Italy yet. All they had was just Rome, the city. So this is actually really kind of cool. Now, what does the text say? Let's read it. Let's read the text. Where did it go? Oh, I got to go to Navius. Where'd you go? Here we go. All right. Let's go to the text. So as I said, it's in fragments. It's in fragments. And I think this is I think I went too far ahead. Okay. So we have Nonus's version of it, and we also have the fragment from that's quoted by other authors. So like I said, we're piecing together fragments, and the scholars over at Harvard or Loeb, they've done this already. They've done this work. But whoever translated this never actually came forth and was like, oh, I found a virgin birth. And I think the reason why is because it's very subtle. And I am actually claiming right now that I think I discovered something here. I think this is an actual discovery. As far as I know, nobody's actually written on this being an actual virgin birth yet. But check this out. So let's start from the beginning. It says, starts with Danaë, right? Aeschylus wrote a trilogy on the subject of Danaë, followed by a satyr play, Dictyklos. Sophocles also composed a tragedy named Danaë, and an Arceus treating the exile of Danaë, which may or may not be the same play. Two further unassigned fragments of Sophocles may have belonged to his Danaë. We also know of a Danaë by Euripides. In Latin, there is a single fragment belonging to a play of this name by Livius Andronicus, which some would assign to Naevius. So this guy, Livius Andronicus, is quoting from a lost Latin text from this guy named Gnaeus Naevius. And this is what we have. Danaë was the daughter of Archesius. And so now we all know the story of Archesius got an oracle that said that his daughter would give birth to a son who would kill him. Since it was fated that she would kill her father, Archesius had her locked up in a stone dungeon. Jupiter fell in love with her and descended into her dungeon in the form of a shower of gold. From their union was born Perseus. Now, this is just an introduction. This is not what the text says. Here's what the fragments actually say. The first fragment we have says this. Suo sonito claro fulgeveret upiter. It's Jupiter. This is the official translation. Jupiter lightened with his own loud sound. That's all we have. It's just a little fragment. The next, and then Nonius has his own version where it says, he lightened, he made a flash or blasted with a thunderbolt. So I like how they give us Nonius and they also give us the fragment so we can kind of compare and cross compare them and see what actually was written. And the next one says, which once Jupiter struck with a thunderbolt. Now this reminds me of the birth of Apathis by Isis, where Isis is just chilling and then Zeus sends down a flash of light and she just randomly gets pregnant, which I think is a virgin birth too, even though it doesn't explicitly call her a virgin in the source. In other texts, Io or Isis is called the Parthenos. So I put those two together as a possible virgin birth inspiration behind Hezekiah and then Jesus, the Old Testament and then Jesus. And then he says, let Jupiter provide his thunderbolts on my behalf. And that's supposed to be a quote from Danaë. So the footnote is, perhaps Danaë asked Jupiter support her protestation of innocence with the crack of thunder. And why is she protesting her innocence? Because she got locked up for no reason. Her father was like, you need to stay a virgin so I don't die. And I'm going to lock you in a cell and then no guy will ever touch you and I'll never die. That was his thought process. But you can't escape the gods, right? If the gods want something done, it's going to happen. So the next fragment says, all men fear his might. Whatever. The next one says, all confidence of speech was lost. And then it says, undeservedly, this is a quote from Danaë again. Undeservedly am I, an innocent woman, driven out of my homeland. Speaker is Danaë, right? They suddenly raise a scandal if they have seen a woman alone in the street. So they raise a scandal against her because they're like, what do you like? You'll see why in a second. Why they're raising a scandal? Because she's pregnant. How did she get pregnant? Well, the phrase they use is as if they seen a woman alone in the street. I guess it's like a prostitution figure of speech, right? So the next one, now she's getting called a prostitute for doing nothing. And then it says, indeed, each man deserves, he should take the immediate recompense for his deeds. Right? And then it says, the next passage down, it says, and now you know she has been found to be a partaker in unchastity. Now you're probably thinking, what, Neil? That's the opposite of a virgin. No. Let's keep reading. The very next passage says, contemplo placide formam et faciam virginis. Virginis. Virgin. Right there. She's a virgin. And it says, I quietly view, and they translate it as maiden, fine, but it literally means it's virgin. I quietly view the virgin's form and face. Jupiter, probably. I don't know. Maybe not, though. I don't know if they're right about that. The point is, though, it doesn't matter who said this. They are checking her and seeing she's still a virgin. Even though she's pregnant, she's still a virginess. And then she says, they're like, how did you get pregnant? I remember washing my hand in a glowing fountain of gold. The text is uncertain. Its interpretation is conjectural. As reconstructed here, the line to refer possibly to Danaë is remembering Jupiter's appearance to her in the form of a shower of gold. So then it says Danaë pregnant by descending on her in shower as a shower of gold, right? And guess what? That's the end of it. That's the end of it. It ends right there. That's it. It's over. The whole point of the story was Zeus, who's all powerful, is going to, if he wants the child to be born, he'll make it done the snap of his finger. And he doesn't even have to. There was no sex. She was innocent. They blamed her for having sex because they saw she was pregnant, but she wasn't. They checked her. They checked her form and face, and she was still a virgin. So this is like explicit virgin birth story. In fact, it's such an explicit virgin birth story. The whole story is just based on her being a virgin and getting pregnant. That's it. She gives birth to Perseus. And then he goes on to become the hero, the demigod. And now what's interesting about that source is in Luke's gospel, and I think in Matthew's gospel as well, there's a scandal for Mary. They're like blaming her. They're like, oh, Joseph wanted to get a divorce. Let me see. There's Mary. Mary gets visited by the Lord or by the angel. And then I think it's the next one. Luke 2. Actually, I think it's just in Matthew. The virgin, see, look at the virgin will conceive and give a birth to a son. They will call him Emmanuel, right? When Joseph woke up and blah, 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 blah. Mary, he did what the angel of the Lord had commanded him and took Mary home as his wife, but he did not consummate their marriage until she gave birth to his son. Look at this right here. This is what I meant to. His Mary mother was pledged to be married to Joseph, but before they came together, she was found to be pregnant through the Holy Spirit. Because Joseph, her husband, was faithful to the law and yet did not want to expose her to public disgrace, he had in mind to divorce her quietly. So it's a very similar story as the Perseus myth, where at first they think there's a scandal, and then they go, oh, and it's not a scandal. No, it's just a virgin birth. So when Justin Martyr is telling the story, or when he's saying our virgin birth is no different than yours of Perseus, he's not making shit up. He's not misremembering like Bart Ehrman and these guys say. He's talking about an actual known Roman source of Perseus and his mother Danaë being a virgin giving birth to him. So, I mean, what else? I mean, what else do you need at that point, right? And that's just like very explicit, in my opinion. There's a couple other versions of this story too. I should pull these up. So then Menander, also a Greek version, talks about this, and it says, and this is in the Samia, and Demeus is talking to Niceratos, and Niceratos says, or Zeus sometimes, Demeus says, Zeus sometimes comes transformed to gold. Sometimes though terrain you follow. This is all his doing. How quickly now we have found the answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Up here, I should go back a little bit. He says, right here, he says, you must get a grip on yourself, Nicaratos. Just tell me, haven't you listened to our tragedians who tell us how once Zeus turned into gold? You can see where it talks about the genomenos, which is like born of gold, I guess. Born of gold. That's what I guess the geno, or maybe just to become gold. And then dropping through a roof, he ravished a young girl locked in a room. So this version right here is very explicitly not necessarily a virgin birth, because it still talks about him ravishing her. It even calls her a pied, the child. Pied. Let me see what this actually. So this is basically saying Kathergmenein te paid emoi keusen pote. And this is actually a question. Pote? It's a question. And it's saying seduce the young child? Did Zeus seduce the young child? I guess the word emoikasen means like aorist version of committed adultery. So this is explicitly not a virgin birth. So you can see why this idea got tossed to the side, and people were like, why did Justin Martyr say Perseus was born of a virgin? Because it doesn't say that. And I thought this was the case. So then you got this other version right here from Sophocles, going back a little bit farther than that in Greek. And he says, Danaë too endured an exchange of heaven's light. I like this one. Uranion phos. Uranion phos. And for the brass-fastened dwelling and immured in the tomb-like chamber, she was held prisoner. Yet she came of an honored house, my daughter, and had the keeping of the seed of Zeus that flowed in gold. But the power of fate is strange. Neither wealth nor martial valor, nor a wall, nor black ships crashing through the sea can escape it. So this one's kind of in the middle. Doesn't call her a virgin, but it doesn't say there was any sex happening here. It just says Zeus flowed in gold. Crusorutus, Gonas. So, okay, that's another version. Then you have, what's another one I have? Oh, yeah, you have Terence's eunuch. This is another interesting one. Terence's eunuch. And he says,
At Science dropped $5 super chat. What is the evidence that Jesus existed? I asked Jedi this question earlier tonight and he ran.
what is the evidence that he existed? It's not good. I mean, you're not going to find like DNA. There's not like physical remains of him. There's a possibility that he didn't exist because we can't prove that he existed. But the reason why people think he did, it's just based on Paul's letters being written before the Gospels. and people will say, why would Paul write letters to these people talking about a guy who's not real if there wasn't already some sort of founding myth before that? So it would make more sense.
Dropped $5 super chat. What is the evidence that Jesus existed? I asked Jay Dye this question earlier tonight, and he ran.
So it would make more sense if the Gospels were written first, and then there was letters written about him for him to be a 100% myth. Now, there are people who argue that the Paul being so vague about Jesus, it almost sounds like he's talking about a heavenly Jesus and not a real Jesus. That's fine. You can make that argument. But most people fall on the idea that Paul is talking about a guy who was handed over the night he was handed over, for example, is from Corinthians. Hold on, let me just find this. The night he was handed over, Corinthians. It's Corinthians 11. Let me just go to Cross Bible real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. It's not, like I said, the evidence isn't good. We're not talking about like slam dunk, he definitely existed. But it's not like there's not other people in history that we can prove existed either. Like, you can't really prove that Pythagoras existed. He doesn't have anything. We don't have any physical remains of him. We don't have his tomb. We don't have any DNA of him. People wrote about him later. So it's like, did they make it up? I don't think so. I think there probably was a guy. Corinthians, though. It's Corinthians. What was it again? Night he was handed over. Corinthians 11. Corinthians 11. And watch this. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why people think he existed. Paul's writing this letter, and he's very vague about Jesus throughout his letters. So he doesn't give us a lot of details, but he'll say like this: for man did not come from woman, but woman from man, or neither was created for woman, but woman for man. For this reason, the woman ought to have authority over her own head because of the angels. This is not what I'm looking for. Hold on a second. Keep going. Here it is right here. Okay. So he says, no doubt there have been differences among you to show which of you had God's approval. So then when you come together, it is not the Lord's Supper you eat. For when you are eating, some of you go ahead with your own private suppers. As a result, one person remains hungry and another gets drunk. Let me just get the NASB. I hate the NIV. It's stupid. It's like really bad. Okay. One goes hungry. And then he says, what, do you not have houses in which you eat and drink? Or do you despise the church of God and shame those who have nothing? What am I to say? Shall I praise you? In this I do not praise you. For I received, this is where he talks, this is where it sounds like he's talking about a real person. For I received from the Kurios, the Lord, talking about Jesus, that which I also delivered to you, that the Lord, Kurios Jesus, Lord Jesus, on the night he was betrayed. So, en entenukti e paraditito elaben arton. He took bread. Why? So the question is, there's no gospels written yet. These are the first letters written about Jesus. There is no gospel. There's no Mark yet. There's no Matthew yet. It's just Paul's letters. What is he talking about then? The night he was handed over? Wait a minute. I thought the gospels are later. How could he be citing the gospels that are written later? So there are some people, Nina Livesey, who thinks Paul's letters are after the gospels. If you think that's the truth, then mythos is probably true. But if you go with the consensus and think that Paul's letters are first, well, now you have a problem. Who is he talking about here? What does he mean by the night he was handed over? And then he says, when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, this is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance of me. He seems to be quoting something. but like I said, the Gospels don't exist yet. So what is he quoting here? Was there really an event? Is there rumors that a guy said this? We don't know. So people just kind of go, well, it just seems like he's talking about a real event. Even if the details are wrong, even if Paul's mistaken, it doesn't matter, because he seems like he's talking about a real guy who got betrayed and arrested. And then he says, in the same way, he also took the cup, saying, this is the cup of the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. Again, who is he talking about? The Gospels don't exist yet. Why is he saying this? That's the argument. I'm just trying to give you guys the argument here. People read this and they think, why would Paul be mentioning this stuff if no one knows who Jesus is? And it's fair. I think it's a decent argument. I think it's a fair point. It's not like, unless you can find an earlier version of the Gospels that predate Paul, you're kind of left with, who's this guy who got handed over? Probably the historical Jesus. That's it. That's kind of where that's how bad the evidence is, by the way. That's it. It's literally a thread. Just looking into a letter and trying to go, what does he mean by this? There's no physical remains. There's no, people say the Shroud of Turin. That's bullshit. So he might not have existed. I'm not saying he did exist. I'm just saying this is the argument. So anyways, thank you for that super chat. I like that question, by the way. So back to Terence the eunuch. Terence's eunuch, he talks about the Danaë story. And he says, while they were being got ready, the girl sat in the room looking up at a painting. The painting depicted the story of how Jupiter sent a shower of gold into Danaë's bosom. So I began to look at myself and the fact that he played a similar game. So there was an idea that Jupiter miraculously got Danaë pregnant to give birth to Perseus, but none of them are explicitly say Danaë the virgin miraculously got pregnant without having sex, except for the one that I just showed you before this. That one explicitly calls her a virgin after she's pregnant. It literally calls her a virgin after she's pregnant. That's a virgin birth. It's even more explicit than the Gospels, actually. Seriously. It's like she's pregnant and then it calls her a virgin again. So that's why I wanted to show you guys this source. Anyways. Is there any other versions of this that I didn't mention? Nope, that's it. So let me see what else I want. Oh yeah, I wanted to also show you the how similar this story is with Epaphras. This is from, where is this from? Oh, Hyginus. So Danaë was the daughter of Archesius and Agnippe. A prophecy about her said that the child she bore would kill Archesius, and Archesius, fearing this, shut her in a stone-walled prison. But Jove, changing into a shower of gold, laid with Danaë. So this one actually talks about he laid with her. See what I'm saying? So this is why there's this idea that people were talking about Justin Martyr and saying he must be wrong. He must be making stuff up, which is weird. Why would he make up that Christianity's virgin birth is not original? That always bothered me. I was like, that can't be the case. And I'm glad that I finally found an actual 3rd century BC Latin text that talks about Danaë getting pregnant by a miraculous gold. It doesn't even say gold in that one. It says the light from his thunderbolt came down. And the reason why I think that one's so important is because it's so similar to Epaphras. Where is the search? So you can see right here, Aeschylus talks about the birth of Epaphras. You'll give birth to a son after Zeus's father, dark Epaphras, meaning brush against, or it also means like to touch or put hands on, who will reap crops from all the land and the broad flying Nile waters. The 5th generation after of him, composed of 50 children, will come back unwillingly to Argos. And Jerome mentions this guy too. Look at this. Jerome says, 430th year of the covenant, 80th year of Moses, according to some, Io proceeded to Egypt, and there was named Isis, who married Telegonus later and fathered Epaphras of the Hebrews in the 80th year. So look at, they're calling Epaphras a Hebrew here. Isn't that crazy? Jerome's calling him a Hebrew. And then he says, the 80th year, Moses' leader out of Egypt, blah, 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 blah. That's wild that he calls him a Hebrew. Son of Io and Jupiter. Wait, whoa, Danaus. That's weird. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's. But look, he's dating us to 1488 BCE. Now, the reason why I like this source so much, and I'm going to keep going. I'm going to get into the virgin stuff in a second. But there's a pharaoh whose name is very similar to Epaphras, and he's a Hyksos.
At @Vacan_Pan_Danny B's dropped $2 super chat. Check FB message. How we get received, Paul?
I don't know. I'll have to look into that. That's a lot right there. That's a little bit. I don't have enough time for that right now, but I'll thank you for that though. I'll look into it next time. Appreciate you. So a Pepi, right, is this pharaoh who's a Hyksos ruler, which is interesting because he's called a Hebrew in Jerome. So I wonder if they thought that this Epaphras was a Pepi. Look at Apophis, right? That this Hyksos was this divine Christ ruler, anointed ruler, who was born of a virgin. Pepi is thought to have usurped the throne of northern Egypt after the death of his predecessor, Kion, since the latter had designated his son, Yanasi, to be his successor. Cult of Seth is recorded worshiping Seth in a monolectric way. King Epaphras chose for his lord the god Seth. He didn't worship any other deity in the whole land except Seth. There's that monotheistic, or maybe henotheistic, you should say, mindset. Weird, interesting, right? For a Hyksos Semitic ruler. The Turin King assigns a 40-plus year rule to this guy. So this guy was seriously important. 40 years he ruled for. Seth, the desert god, who was worshipped exclusively, represented the manifestation of evil. So scholars generally believe that the account of Pepi's alleged monotheism is a veiled condemnation of the mere infamous attempt by a later pharaoh Akhenaten to elevate the status of his patron sun god, Aten. Something weird was going on at this time period, and it has a ripple effect all the way down to the medieval period. Seriously. Something's going on with this Epaphras, with Pepi, with the Hebrews, the Hyksos. Something weird is going on. All right, so there's a couple other sources we have here where, for example, Aeschylus says, and Zeus begot a son by touching of his hand. Not sex, touching of his hand. Who is it that claims to be the cow's Zeus's begotten calf? That's Isis or Io. And then Epaphus, truly named from laying of hands. And who has begotten of Epaphus? Libya, who reaps the fruit of the largest portion of earth. So he's the father of Libya. Here we go. Look at this. Now I Aeschylus again. I invoke as our champion the calf born of Zeus, the offspring of the flower-grazing cow. Our ancestress, the caress of Zeus's breath, the appointed per period confirmed itself a name suited to the event Epaphus, to whom she gave birth. To him I cry for help. And now in the region wherein our first mother pastured, by recounting the story of her distress. Wow. Ready for this one? Where's the Herodotus one? Oh, wait, this one actually mentions Danaë and Arceisius in this one. Interesting. So Plutarch is writing of Herodotus's malice in Moralia, and he says, pedigree of Heracles, deriving the pedigree of Heracles from Perseus. He says Perseus was an Assyrian. What? And as the Persians affirm, but the leaders of, say, of the Dorians may appear to be descended in a right line from the Egyptians. What? What is Plutarch talking about? Saying Perseus is from the Egyptians. And then he says, reckoning their ancestors from before Danaë and Arceisius, here he was wholly passed by Epaphus, Io, Iasus, the healer god, and Argus, being ambitious not only to make the other Herculeses Egyptian and Phoenician, but to carry this also with himself, affirms to have been the third out of Greece to the barbarians. So you can see there's a connection here between Danaë, Perseus, and then Io and Epaphus. That's interesting. Here's Plutarch in another source saying that they're all the same god. Ready for this? He says, Osiris is interpreted stout. I should now pass to Menasius, who joins Dionysus, Osiris, and Serapis together and makes them the same with Epaphus. So there's something going on with this god Epaphus. Here's the Herodotus source that I was looking for. He says, thou this Apis Epaphus. By the way, Apis is where you get Serapis from. Serapis. Now, this Apis Epaphus is a calf born of a cow, whom after this is not permitted to conceive any other offspring. She's not permitted to conceive any other offspring. And the Egyptians say that a flash of light comes down from heaven upon this cow, and she produces Apis. That's it. This is the real lineage of the whole virgin birth Messiah. It's out there. It's It's very ubiquitous. It's just not searchable in a database, if that makes sense. You can't search the word virgin, Parthenos, or virginus in these like these scholars who are going online in modern times, and they just search these words in databases, and then they come back and go, I looked it up. Like, Bart Ehrman or Dan McClellan will say, I looked for it. I couldn't find anything that ever mentions a virgin birth. It's because this is not going to be found through searching words. You have to pull these texts out and read them, and you'll see something very different. The language. She's not permitted to conceive any other offspring. And the Egyptians say that a flash of light comes down from heaven. I don't know what else you need there. That's a virgin birth. Epaphras, the God begotten, was father of Libya. We got some Zetsi sources here too. Zetsis, what does he say? According to Lycophron, and Aeschylus was named after Io. For Aeschylus says in Prometheus that it was the first Gulf of Kronos and Rhea, that it was named Ionian and Dodona, and she crossed over there in Canopus. She became sane, where from the touch of Zeus, she gives birth to Epaphras, whose mother is Libya. Jupiter bade Epaphras, whom he begat by Io, fortify the towns of Egypt. So there's a lot of sources that mention this. A lot of sources that mention this. A Scholia to the Iliad. Hera set a gadfly upon Io as if she were a cow. Driven to flee by the pain, she first came upon the bay of the Ionian. Huh. Oh, it's down here. Having wandered over the various places that came to Egypt, where having reclaimed from her old, she gave birth to a son, Epaphras, along the Nile River. Damn. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you that Io is called the Virgin. I gotta go to TLG for this though. Let me see. Give me a second. Give me a second on this one. TLG. Where is it? TLG. So I'm going to do a let me share my screen first of all. I'm going to do a proximity search. So proximity search, where you take two different words, Parthenos, and I was just talking shit about people who search things too. And then Io. Wait, Io is that with an, hold on. Is that spelled with a omega or a, I don't know why I'm blanking out on that. Oh, it is an omega. Okay. So let's go to Io, and then we're going to do within 25 and case sensitive. I think that's how you do it. So you have Euripides right here. Euripides, Parthenos, and then Ion. And then, okay. Parthenos. Epeta telas embon. Ion. Is that how you say her name in a certain form? Let me see. What's this? Oh, that's not it. So this source is not this has to do with Eon, which is the Ionians. Okay, so that I was looking at that's a name. That definitely is a name. Just didn't know what it was. It's okay. So that's the Ionians. So why is the word virgin? What's that word virgin doing there though? And I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, my glitching out over here. Okay, so it's calling to the virgin. It's calling to the virgin for some reason. All right, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, you know why? I know why. It's the Toro. It's the Toro. She's the bull virgin. See? The Toro, or hold on. How do you say Toro? Toro. Toro Parthenos. Bull version. What source was that again? Oh, it's Lycophron. That's what it is. Lycophron. So let me just look up Lycophron. I'm looking for something right now. Lycophron. So, okay, so this is what I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to get going after this. This is the source that I was looking for right here. See where it says the bull maid? Okay, so this is from Lycophron's Alexandra. You can see my screen, right? Okay, good. And it says, you can see right here, it says Taro Parthenon, Corain, which is another word for virgin too, back to back. So it literally says bull virgin maiden. It calls her that. And then she gives birth to Epaphras in this story too. So that was what I was trying to find in that search, and I just had the wrong word for Parthenos. It's Taro Parthenon. So anyways, I just wanted to show you guys that too. And see how it says cow-eyed or cow-horned is either a cow or a part cow. To call her Taro Parthenos, bull-made, is a very different matter. Dr. West refers to it as a unique epithet and notes the censure of the scholiast. Her explanation, if Io is still being referred to, is that Io is being characterized as a virago. But if Isis is now in the poet's mind, and that's where I'll continue this later. But anyways, you get what I'm trying to show you. There is a very clear idea of Isis or Io being the virgin. Whether it's perpetual virginity is fair. We can get into that too. But when you couple that with all of these sources about the birth of Epaphras being a flash of light, and then she's constantly being called virgin or bull maiden, whatever that is, I think there might be something that later authors of the Gospels might have in mind when they're writing down Matthew and Luke. If that makes sense. So, anyways, that's all I got for you guys tonight. So, it's getting late. It's been 4 hours, and you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over